Hello, everyone.
Hey, good morning, good
Hi.
afternoon.
Hi, good morning, Dr. David. How are you?
Good, I think.
Yeah. So it's time to start now. Thank you for joining. This is Strand. So let me first welcome Dr. David Toman from the National University of Dubai. He will be talking about a topic of from fear to delivery, how the UAE is shaping the global agenda. So the floor is yours, Doctor. Would
That's
you
very
like me to
kind.
help you with sharing the presentation?
That would be very, very kind indeed. I'm in the Emirates Towers, so the kind of the it's quite tricky for me to share that data on this particular laptop. So it'd be very
Sure.
helpful, Samar. So hopefully your technology works better than my technology here. It looks to everyone, by the way, everyone on the call, it looks as if I'm in Oxford with a background behind me, but I'll explain that later. I'm actually in Dubai, in the headquarters of the UAE government and Dubai government. So, but I thought the background would be more appropriate. Thank you, Samar. And I'll ask you to drive it. Here we go.
Sure.
Technology works for us. So this is thanks again and welcome everyone. I hope you'll find it interesting and it's really a sort of a kind of a personal perspective on kind of the world that we have in terms of AI and also kind of where the UAE fits into that. And what we're doing here is sort of trying to lead the way in a number of areas. If anyone wants to pick me up in terms of content or wants to have a conversation afterwards, then I've left my LinkedIn link in at the end of the presentation. So hopefully you'll link in with me, and I'm more than happy to go into this in much more detail or answer any questions, or in fact provide a bridge into the UAE for those of you who are outside the country. Just the next slide would be good, Samar. So as Samar said, my current job in the UAE, we tend to wear a number of hats. And I've got a couple at the moment. The primary one is where His Highness decided we were going to set up a new elite university in Dubai, and that will be called the National University of Dubai. So it's creating a new world-class university from scratch. It's been done before. In fact, it's been done at Khalifa University in another emirate in Abu Dhabi in a very short time frame. But we're now doing the same for Dubai, and that will be launched next year. And with our first students probably starting in September 2027, and that'll serve a university that will be research led, and it'll be something that really reflects this sort of the zeitgeist and character and soul of Dubai as an emirate in its own right. So that's my day job. My previous jobs were slightly more pertinent to this particular presentation. I'm the former senior advisor in the United Arab Emirates Ministry of Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work. And really, where that is, it's a very small ministry that really looked after policy. It looks after kind of stimulating the economy and looks after some of the global trends that we have in AI. So that's where a lot of this presentation has come from. Why have I been pushed in front of you today? So I've got two main areas of research. One of them is on cognitive cities with the University of Oxford, and I'm using that brand for this presentation and on the basis of it's just one of many and really about cognitive cities. And in my terminology, that means where we have, the human side of how a city operates. I think that's where it operates. And then at the University of Buckingham, which is about 30 kilometers away from Oxford, I'm also doing some work on artificial intelligence policy and education that ties in. I also am a visiting professor at the University of Birmingham, where it is about AI education and how all that sits together. And then lastly, at the University of Nob Alp, I'm looking at cognitive cities alongside community engagement. So those are the sort of the four universities I've got AI focused research affiliations with at the moment to hopefully give you an idea why I'm here. Other significant affiliations with Birmingham, a couple of local universities here that I speak at occasionally, Canadian University Dubai, and then more on the policy side, the Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government that used to be called the Dubai School of Government. I have a very long association with Swansea University and University of Wales, and as I've mentioned before, University Grenoble Alpes. So that's me. That's why I'm here. And then onto the meat of the presentation for everyone. So fear. A lovely. I'm a big fan of Alfred Hitchcock. You can see with his slightly rotund figure poking out of the side of the picture for a film, which is many moons ago. And this is, it's really the context. And often when we see artificial intelligence, it's in a context of robotics taking over the world, machine learning taking over the world, and the whole world's going to end, with artificial general intelligence and very conflicting areas. And what I did just to sort of in preparation for this short presentation is just to take one. I'm Irish. I shall add that as a caveat. But I took one of the British newspapers, the Times, which is one of the papers of record in the UK, and really looked over the last month of what was popping up in terms of artificial intelligence, just to articulate what fear and what is out there. This does not go into what's on TikTok and on social media, but as a small little vignette and an explanation of where it is. I'll just go through them one by one to give everyone on the call a look see at what that was. So next one along, please. Times snapshot, one paper that's been going for hundreds of years, 1 month, literally from yesterday back about a month. The first one, just click on again, please, Samad. So this is the first one that pops up. How and at a personal level, October 27, 2025, Georgia Hainage in the Times. How ChatGPT became the third person in our relationship. So this sort of, this humanizing AI and machines into something which relates to an individual level basis, and how the technologies is impinging today on and the damage it's causing to relationships. Next one. Who will stop the big AI data heist? A lot of, pushback from, artists, people, artificial artists who've become #1 in the country and Western charts in the States, artificial actors, artificial actresses. And in this case, it was Katie Prescott, again in the Times, 27th of October, same date. Daylight robbery of information is mushrooming, and despite effort by sites such as Reddit, the data scrapers are winning. Next one. Jobs. Something really important, something in the narrative, which is about data. AI is going to go through and wipe out a whole series of, jobs. And this may well be true, but and in the inference here is different to other information and other data or in other industrial revolutions where, the horse and cart replaced by the train. There were new jobs that created. So maybe this is something which affects the white collar, and I'm wearing a white collar today specifically, much more than it would do in terms of a blue collar, more manual labor. So Amazon cutting 14,000 jobs as big companies report AI. I was looking in the same paper today, and it was about consultants. Again, in this one, PricewaterhouseCoopers said it's shed 5,600 accountancies and consultants now. Whether AI is actually the real cause of that, or it's a convenient kind of umbrella to kind of mask some other activities, who knows? Who knows? And the next, 7th of November, AI concerns wipe out $1 trillion in value from US big tech firms. Magnificent Seven had their worst week since April as investors question reliance on debt and the sky-high valuations of Nvidia and Meta. So even at that level, a picture of I think it's Jensen Huang in the bottom there. Is there another tech bubble which is going to cause untold damage to the global economy? And the next one, there's more. And then perhaps one of the most disturbing ones is 17th of November. It's for children using AI for mental health advice and self-diagnosis. And there is some evidence where children being given unfettered access to some of these large language models, trying to diagnose themselves and being given rather disturbing answers. So this is this is where Poppy Karonka in the Times said, a third of child therapists reported patients using artificial intelligence for support, and many others struggling in silence. The whole scourge of mental health, particularly in children, very again disturbing. And on to the next. So, all very interesting, but so what? And the answer is kind of this narrative of fear shapes, what is known as the realpolitik of how the real world operates. And this is pertinent to how the UAE has actually looked and developed itself going forward. This was something that I was involved in the periphery. So for those of you on screen, you can see the great and the good of the world leadership. So the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak had the AI Safety Summit. It's in a wonderful little mini stately home in the UK called Bletchley Park. There was about sort of 20 or 30 countries there, the US. That's Ursula von der Leyen in the brown jacket at the front. Prime Minister of Italy on the right there, Antonio Guterres from the United Nations there as well, and so on and so forth. So the world's great and good. But the realpolitik of this is that, even if we were try to, one of the things we have looked at is, how does AI firstly define AI? Difficult question. And then how do you govern AI? Now, one of the things that did come out of the AI Safety Summit was, we need to have a pause in research. I mean, that is just, for me, an absolute impossibility. Each of those people standing on that stage there and the others that stood behind them, including some of my leadership, everyone's got their own agenda. And no matter what you're going to do to try to put a cap on that agenda, it's just not going to happen, in my view. And it cannot happen because the realpolitik is that people and countries will do their own thing to suit their own population. And that can be really sad. But for me, that's the absolute reality of where we are today with artificial intelligence and many other subjects. AI is not unique here. You look at other conflicts around the world and where people are actually doing what they need to do and for their own naked self-interest as a country. But somewhere in there, if we're to hold true to us as human beings, is making sure that we think of this at an individual level from an ethical point of view in a human-centric setup. And that's where I'll get into in terms of where we're going. So just quickly, the next slide. And this is just an exemplar. So His Majesty's government, actually, the press release. So this declaration fulfills, key government objectives, international collaboration on frontier AI safety and research through greater scientific collaboration. It includes increased transparency, evaluation metrics, encourages transparency, a landmark achievement that sees world's greatest powers agreed on urgency behind understanding the risks of AI, helping ensure the long-term future of our children and grandchildren. So the previous Prime Minister of the UK, a guy called Rishi Sunak, that's in November 2023. However, reality then creeps in, the realpolitik. And we just click to the next slide, which is the 11th of February 2025, when the UK, under a new government, refused to sign the new international agreement on artificial intelligence, and aligned by countries like France and India and China. And it said that it couldn't do it because of concerns about national security and global governance. So again, a departure. The then newly elected as well, US Vice President J.D. Vance, said that delegates in Paris were taking too much regulation of AI, could kill a transformative industry as soon as it's taking off. So a real kind of volte-face. And I even read in the papers yesterday that some of you be aware of that U.S. federal government is now trying to make sure that the individual states in the U.S. do not start to regulate AI. So that's how this kind of battle between the great superpowers of the world and then even individual big players like the European Union, there are very, very different approaches in each country, and each country is looking after its own as it sees fit. So, and again, this little comment at the end, his comments appear to put him at odds with the French president, Emmanuel Macron, who defended the need for formula regulation. So the states saying, we don't want to do it, French saying, we must do it, European Union sitting in the middle, and the UK, as usual, balancing its interest between the needs of its neighbours in the EU and the United States, and being very conscious of that new UK and the new power and the difference the new US administration is proving in this field as well. So an example of realpolitik. And then again, this is my kind of real sort of really light view and where each of the powers is going with this. So you have the US, it's very decentralized in terms of its governance. It's very corporate led. It's the power of the NVIDIAs and Microsoft and so on and so forth. It's looking at, get on and do it, and almost like a laissez-faire attitude to it. The EU, big regulatory superpower, huge numbers of people, risk-based AI. It's actually an AI regulation rather than an AI act there. It looks at Horizon in terms of its ability to research, but again, fairly fragmented and control. And then China, state-led, driven by industrial policies, big superpowers. So you've got these three major blocks, BLACS, having very different approaches to do that. And in the context of a smaller country like the UAE and others, there will be opportunities there. One of the things I do like to bring up occasionally is my home country, Ireland, with no resources, no natural resources in terms of minerals or oil, etc., has made a great way of actually playing these games and working within the EU to generate a mass amount of income. Where Ireland is, I think, the most has the highest GDP in Europe, and exceeds even the GDP of the UAE, which is remarkable for a very, 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 very small country. But in this, and I'm saying that for a reason, is to explain there's a certain game that can be played here, and there's something that can be dealt with. So just the next one, please. So this is a couple of bits of context. This is there's a multitudinous of AI type reports in terms of who's leading this world. From what I can see sitting here and looking across the world, I'd sort of say that the UAE is pretty well kind of balanced in there. In this one, which is sort of it's a year old, but in reality the data is a couple of years old. The superpower is the United States, and that's because primarily of these large corporations pushing stuff through. China, rising through. The UK, India, and then in this case the UAE, with other countries kind of coming behind. And that data point sits down below. I've just given you the source, which is the global vibrancy tool. The new one's coming out in the next month or so. So I'm sorry I couldn't put it into this presentation, but it's certainly one to look after. And then this next one, which is smack bang up to date, is the Microsoft AI Diffusion Report by Economy, produced in 2025. And you look across that map of the world, look at AI user data share, 0 to 10, huge swathes of the world. You look at Africa, and that is really kind of disturbing, where less than 20% of the entire African population really isn't isn't seeing this new game, isn't playing this new game in the global order. And we have countries like Ireland doing pretty well. You've got France doing pretty well, Norway, but look at the UAE, and Singapore, small, agile, well-educated countries, and obviously the Saudis next door as well, punching very, very much above its weight. And that's something which is fascinating. But the next slide, so the next slide will show us something which is just to highlight the point about Africa. So again, this is from the Microsoft report. It shows us a population of about 8.1 billion globally. And it narrows it down as we go towards the top of the pyramid. So you can eliminate the first, 1.3 billion people because they don't have electricity, which means they're not going to have access to AI generally. Those with data centers, it reduces it even further. That goes access to the internet, it drops from 8.1 billion to 5.5 billion. Basic digital skills, it drops that 8.1 to 4.2. And AI users globally, it says they're 1.2 billion to 8.1. It just shows you these disparities. And I think the previous slide showed us where some of those major disparities are, and people being completely left out of this new journey for the world, which is really disturbing. And the next one. So to get to the kind of the crux of where we're going to with this is, so what did the UAE do? What is the UAE doing in this particular space? The Minister of State for AI is a guy called His Excellency Omar Al-Alama, and he was kind of pulled back from I think it was his honeymoon at a certain point to become the world's first Minister of State for AI in 27. So that kind of leadership, he's still in post, which is remarkable in the context of Western Europe, where you have typically a 2, 3, 4 cycle. In an old life, I used to meet the ministers of housing in the UK, and they would change every 6 months. So there's a degree of stability, there's a degree of leadership, there's a degree of continuity, that people are held accountable here for the decisions that are taken on an ongoing basis. And I think that is incredibly interesting. As of this year, that's gone even further. So at each entity, and that means, you know, the power authorities, the Ministry of Defense, the judiciary, everything in government, each of those entities has its own chief AI officer to help with this journey. So we have transformation organizations with those entities, and now every government entity, and whether that at a federal and at a national level, have a chief AI officer to help to drive this journey and almost provide the same level of leadership that's happened here in terms of at a federal level within the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence all the way through. And also the governance architecture means sure all these things are pieced together across all the different sectors of government. Here is a very interesting way that things operate, because it is a very, very tight society. We've got about 11 million people, and of which about sort of 10% are Emirati citizens. And that means that everything is very closely and tightly coordinated. And it also means that our industry, our commerce are also very tightly tied into this system. So we've got very sort of tight, very strong leadership where this information goes up and down very quickly. So that's the first thing. So statecraft. And how do we build it? Partly it's about building data centers through organizations like G42. We have a couple of really nice little elite universities. So the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence was created a few years ago. Very, very kind of elite, high-end research. Quite small, you know, sort of say 150 odd academics. The last time I looked, maybe 250, 300 postgrad students. But it's trying to get into this space where we're actually trying to do our own research. We're trying to get into this completely. And each university in the UAE now is actually pivoting much more into research. So there's starting to become a degree of funding, which uses AI to start to bind all these different universities and their courses together in this system. So that's what we've actually chosen to do. The education system, we're also going back into it as well. So where our K-12 curriculum, and I think where AI is going to fit in, is giving our kids the ability to understand where they are. For those of you on this call who are parents, you'll know that the kids are probably more active in terms of ChatGPT and all these tools than we as parents are. We're working on developing that funding that comes from government into this interdisciplinary setup, again, where AI provides the glue that binds everything together. But again, taking it through an ethical lens of why are we doing it? How is it human-centric? How is it adding to our kind of a population? And then on the last thing is just flicking back up again before I flip onto the next slide. It's also kind of making sure that our government, you know, we've been involved in programs where we've taught civil servants at all stages through. So a policymaker sitting in government, from what I've seen around the world, typically doesn't have the AI skills. It's almost like an analogy for what we always do as parents, but having the ability for those policymakers to understand the technology. So we train policy people in AI, teach them in Python, we teach them in RapidMiner, and so on and so forth. And then on the other side, we train the technical folks sitting in, you know, dark rooms working on programming about where the ethical constraints are. So we try to bring those people in a room together and teach them together. So we also publish our papers. You can go onto the Ministry of AI's website. There's a couple of responsible AI white papers aligned with UNESCO and UA Act framework. So we take the best of the world and we see kind of how it works and why it would work well within the UAE. And then what we do, we're very good at, is acting as a global convener. You know, increasingly, you know, this is a very new country. You know, we increasingly have our own punching above our weight in terms of the global stage. So we actually, through things like the World Government Summit here, which is like it's sometimes called Davos in the desert. So we host this roundtable dialogue, and some of the papers published by the Ministry of AI is where we sit down with people like, you know, Jan LeCun, or we sit down with heads of Microsoft and Amazon AI and say, and countries, and say, you know, where are we failing? You know, how can we get ahead of this in a way? How do we then respond in an environment where we're not, you know, we're not competing with the US directly, we're not competing with China, we're not competing against some of these world superpowers, and try to encourage that cross-sector dialogue and bring it together. So it's soft power. And the next, please. So, you know, again, I mentioned this, which is the cross-sector economic glue. You know, we've got to find a way, and where the UAE is extremely good at is transformation. So the UAE, once it's made its mind up and our leadership has to do something, it is done very, very, very quickly. You look at the economic growth, you look at, for those of you outside the country, if you look at kind of the transformation this country's had in the last sort of 40 years, it is remarkable. I've been in and out of here for 30 years, and frankly, I don't recognize it as I leave the country, come back a month later, and things have changed. This directed triple helix is something that I've been working on with colleagues to try to explain this kind of these very different links between government, between universities, government, and industry and commerce here, because it is so much more closely linked in other countries. And I've called it the directed triple helix, and I'll be publishing that with colleagues in the next month or so. But it's just a way to explain why the UAEs are able to operate. Now, other countries do something relatively similar. China has almost a direct triple helix as well, but it's on a much grander scale and a huge different scale, a different way of doing it entirely, and much more inherently autocratic in my view. Here is a much more sort of because of the relatively small size of the population, everything tends to be very, very, very heavily linked together. We have ongoing initiatives in terms of regional AI alliances. We look at open source. I think one of the dangers of the internet is we have too many. It's too driven by English as a language, and having open source Arabic AI models and ability for us to share that and use our relative wealth to help. I think there are 300 million people that speak Arabic, but us helping as a nation to help get that almost like understand how a small country with different languages fit in this kind of new world in terms of particularly large language models and also culture. And for those of you who are interested, there's an upcoming paper delivered by the Ministry of AI again, which shows about some of the cultural impacts and cultural sensitivities of some of those large language models. So I'd encourage you to kind of just sign up on the Ministry of AI's website, and you'll get a copy of that coming through. So our next steps are, scaling our ecosystem, looking at where those ethics are, by design. We recognize that firstly, if you try to define AI today, it's a different definition than what it was yesterday. 5 years ago, everyone was talking about the ubiquitous of AI and self-driving cars. That's not how things work now. We need to be kind of aware that this is such a fast-moving game. You've got to be, and again, where our advantage as a small country is we're able to move very quickly and say, okay, this is a particular instance. Let's develop a sandbox. Let's develop something which actually regulatory makes a great deal of sense, but still kind of delivers some real economic benefit to it. And again, going back to the Ireland example, understanding that within that umbrella of the EU, Ireland was able to deliver a very specific tax regime to allow fantastic growth for its citizens. I think almost the same thing's happening here in terms of AI in the UAE, where we're not competing at that level with the China's and the geopolitics between China and the US. We're doing something very different in between. So that's what we're doing. But we're also focusing on teaching. We're focusing on getting our research capacity up and running. And that the first, I was sitting meetings yesterday looking at the first 20 research grants that had gone out from the Dubai government. And that is already making a difference. So, and that's bringing up already fantastic, clear and economic opportunities. So I think that is getting close to the end of my setup. Yes, here we are. So if you wish, please, any questions would be more than welcome. If you want to take a snapshot of my LinkedIn QR code there, please do. I'm more than happy to help anyone on this call. I'm more than happy to take this offline and have a conversation with anyone. It's over to you. So any questions? I'd love to hear some questions from anyone.
Thank you, Doctor. That is really insightful presentation. I really encourage the audience to write down their questions on the application so we can start asking these questions. So let me just stop share. Well, I have a question, Doctor, while actually they type under questions. So you spoke about the UAE ecosystem, AI ecosystem, and how it's improving actually. So where do you see UAE is locating itself in 3 years from now, especially with the adoption actually of AI in education?
I think the it's I think we're kind of we got to be, it's even more infused. I was having a chat with some of the American colleagues who were saying, their real struggle is, again, back to this realpolitik thing. They're driven by fears of the community, and policymakers, in a lot of these areas do not have the AI skills to be able to have those sensible conversations about it. They're driven by what's happening in the press, they're driven by what their constituents are saying, and that is driving that difficult behavior. What the UAE is doing is that I think when I first came here, full time, I've been living here for nearly 3 years now, was there was something like maybe five courses, master's programs in artificial intelligence. Now we're north of 60 plus, maybe 70 now undergraduate programs. We've probably got 70 or 80 postgrad programs. We've got a swathe of universities doing PhDs, and now we're doing the postdocs as well. So our whole education system is being infused and imbued by this. I sat at a lovely graduation thing last night from at the University of Birmingham, which was in Dubai, and out of probably half the students were reading on AI. They're graduating in AI. So we're kind of getting our population at the stage where we're probably going to be the most educated population in AI globally. And also, even if it's not from the kind of the matriculated programs or those doing degrees, it's also at our kids, where our ministries are saying, okay, you've got to put AI into it. And my conversations with leading schools here is they are actively bringing AI all the way from K-12 all the way through. And our universities are starting to really explore that as well. So not just as kids, but the whole AI ecosystem is becoming much tighter together.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have a question also on the chat. Is there any evidence that generative AI has led to any productivity gains in the UAE yet? Thank you for the question, Michael.
Who knows? I kind of struggle with it a bit. The answer is no. I don't believe I've seen any research, Michael. Full stop. I just don't know. I think that the Gen AI thing, what I have seen in colleagues is it's almost like a double-edged sword. If you're lazy using a Gen AI and an LLM, it just means that it's an easy route. And I think if you've got an inquisitive mind and you've got a brain which says, I really want to learn, it's a fantastic tool. And this organization up here, Oxford, has just put in as a small example. It's using it's got its own in-house ChatGPT Edu for every student and every member of faculty is available today. And allows you to operate within. So if I'm downloading, and I've done this, I've downloaded my own research into the Oxford ChatGPT. I know the research inside out. I asked it to analyze it, and what it was doing was it was providing me with connections I hadn't thought of. So in terms of that environment, I think that is incredibly productive. And from a student, I'm doing a DPhil at Oxford as well. From a student point of view, that is a lot. That's helping me save on procrastination. So if this is helping at an individual level, it helps my personal productivity. Whether it helps in industry, well, I think the case is out.
Good. We have also another question over here from Dr. Breda. We are facing a lag in our assessment methods that needs to be addressed. So, any ideas on how we can do that? We have AI in back to paper in conflict. So, any ideas?
Well, Brad, that's a nightmare. It's a so as I'm designing the new National University of Dubai, we're trying to work out where this digital landscape fits. The huge issue is, I think that is finding what's out there. Look me up afterwards. We're looking at some technology, see how it operates. What I think we're going to do, and as part of the National University of Dubai, is look at kind of where I've seen some fantastic examples over the last sort of couple of months as we're looking to the world to see what could be done in terms of this education in the classroom. I saw a fantastic tool as an example where it sat on top of my Apple here and almost allowed me sort of a virtual assistant to help me learn and almost like have a holographic interaction with me. And what it meant in terms of assessment was extremely difficult. But again, because of this moving feast, what I see is some universities like Staffordshire in the UK, where courses are being taught by AI. There's a very little interaction with faculty. And I think the students have just said this is entirely unacceptable. We want a human face. We have students where during COVID, where people are being increasingly taught by AI, and the students have pushed back against that. So I think finding that what I have seen in terms of real examples is that, as we're designing a new university, is how does this potentially using problem-based learning to kind of go back in terms of what we're doing. And I think that the ability to put, I don't care if someone uses ChatGPT to write an essay that I've got to review, but what I want to be able to see is that individual in a room somewhere solving a real life problem, using all the tools available to them, whether it's their own intellect. I want to see them working with their colleagues. I want to see them work with industry to deliver a problem. And if that involves ChatGPT, fantastic. But I want it to be transparent. And also where I see some research that's going on now with people in, for example, in the UAE, Canadian University Dubai, are looking at finding ways that they can, one of the issues with AI is the black box where you can't see what's going on. They're writing or they're using AI to be able to deep dive into the AI box and see what's going on. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I'm happy to show you some of those things we're trying to do and the things that we're struggling with today. I don't think there's a simple answer, but I'm happy to work with you and share some of those things over the next few weeks.
Thank you, Doctor. Also, we have an interesting question from Anne. How well are government agencies like Ministry of Education, for example, and higher education institution overall adopting AI, and how they should actually alter programming and governance to better prepare students for the economy of the near future?
Good question indeed.
Yeah.
There's a real tension here. There's a real tension in terms of that. I think you've got to go. Again, I was this Birmingham thing last night. It's a university which was designed on a civic purpose. It's a university which is there to deliver for its population. I think the danger sometimes is that universities have become how do I put it? It's too commercial. They're almost, we're on a journey in the UAE, moving our universities from being almost entirely teaching focus into the research space. It's just not there yet. And as we move into that space, I think that provides us with the real setup for how we deal with things. I think that's the only way that we can push it through. The tension between different agencies is if you assume that, for example, Dubai is inherently based on a lot of real estate development, there's a lot of again, a necessity to provide return on capital for buildings, et cetera, in a lot of these institutions. And therefore, that is driven by student numbers. What we're now doing is overlaying and saying, okay, a classical research-led institution like this one, I mean, some of you who know me on the call will say I've told this story a number of times where Oxford doesn't need students at all. Oxford can last for another 1,000 years without a single student, and that drives that passion for research and doing things on a very, very long-term basis. So what I think is happening with the universities here, we're all starting to get into that space. We're starting to get into a space where those universities have got to reframe themselves in terms of AI and AI research and research in general, otherwise they will die. I think that's the reality we're going to with this. The individual Emirates are kind of moving at slightly different speeds. You got Abu Dhabi moving with MBZ UAI, Khalifa University, NYU, Sorbonne. You got Dubai with its 43 odd universities is now stepping into that space, and I've seen transformations from a research point of view in Dubai in the last year, which has been fantastic. And then you get the big heavy hitters at University of Sharjah, an American university in Sharjah, who are also on this very, 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 very similar journey to everyone. So we're starting to get we're developing a cadre of maybe 10 elite universities in 104, where the emphasis on using AI is not. This is really important. It's not about back office efficiency. It's not about real estate. It's how we are using AI for the benefit of our country and our long-term post-oil economy is what it boils down to. We will not hit our economic targets unless we get that whole triple helix, that directed triple helix working properly. It's simply not going to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So thank you, Doctor. That was really insightful discussion. I believe everyone has enjoyed it. Let me just share with you the exit code for this session. And by the way, you can just continue the discussion and the one moment on the application.
Happy to. As I said, just if anyone wants to reach out to me individually or come in, I'm based in the Emirates Towers in a room called S2. If anyone's walking by, come and say hello. And I'd love to meet you individually for those you haven't met before. And I look forward to it. And thank you, Samar, Michael, and the whole team at ZU for a fantastic job. You've done these are really complicated things to do. So I'd just like to put some praise back in your direction. And thank you so much for all your help and nurturing this, fantastic event. So my congratulations to Zayed University.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. It's nice to have you. Thank you. So this is the exit code for the first session. It's shape. And we will start the next one by 11:45. Okay, here we comes to the next session. So, Rain, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, allow me please to welcome Rain Modley from Microsoft, who will be talking about AI for academia, unlocking new possibilities with Microsoft 365 Copilot. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Saman. So, hi, everyone. Hopefully, you can see me and everything's good to go.
All
Can
good.
Okay, thank you. So, no, thank you again for giving me the chance to present to everyone today. So, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Renee. I cover the modern work business solutions for Microsoft in education across the Middle East and Africa. So that's all the way from South Africa all the way up to the UAE, covering all of these wonderful markets, only focused on education. So Microsoft is a true believer in terms of making sure that we are equipping our education customers with products and tools to leverage it in the most optimal way to help perform optimally for the faculty, as well as enhancing the students going forward. I've got a few slides, and I hope there's a lot of questions that's asked afterwards. But all means, feel free to reach out to me at any time. The session before was quite interesting, and I think gives us a lot of context in terms of how we would like to drive this conversation forward. We know that AI technology is out. We've been using it. It is shaping the future of higher education, especially as we move into this world of unknownness, right? So today, when we are looking at these type of tools, we want to make sure that we are moving in the right direction. And how can it help us in terms of transformation into the higher education space itself? And when we are looking at AI transformation, there are some research that has been done to date where we've seen that about 95% of the faculty and students have been using AI for school-related purposes. Now, the question is, AI is not only Gen AI. It is other tools that AI is used in order to enhance that experience. And I'll talk about that in a bit in my presentation, but AI is embedded into a lot of our tools that you currently have access to. In terms of the return of investment, what we've noticed with working with different customers is that for every investment of $1, there is a return of it for about $3.2 itself. And as it was previously mentioned, the skills for the jobs will change by 2030. So we know that AI is going to be the primary catalyst. And with this change, there's going to be more opportunities that will be available going forward. Now, the opportunities within the AI transformation, how is Microsoft designing their tool sets in terms of aiding in these following manners? Personalized learning. We want to make sure that the students have the best optimal experience behind it. Obviously, it's curated with the educator making sure that there's enhanced instructions that's brought about. We want to make sure that it's boosting engagements and efficiencies. So the tool sets is there to go and help in terms of, being optimal for the students as well as being optimal for the faculty. We don't want to create overwhelmness in terms of how to use the AI tools. We want to make sure that they are able to use it in a very safe and secure manner. Safeguarding. Now, this is a big focus for Microsoft. So any of our tool sets that we're building to date has a strong element of security behind it. We want to make sure that tools of plagiarizing, being able to safely use AI services is built into our products and platforms itself. And the most important is obviously to accelerate the research component itself. So we have tools that are designed to make sure that we are able to help these institutions with the research components. And I want to tie it all back to where we want to fundamentally start. We want to make sure that in this AI transformation, the key component is security. We want to know that these tools, when they go out to market, we have a strong component focused around security. We want to make sure that the safety for the individuals or faculty as well as students is kept there. We want to make sure that the privacy components is there. If I'm talking research, I got to make sure that we are using trusted tools in order that the LLMs are not being trained based on the data or inputs that I'm giving. And we are very focused in terms of these three areas, in terms of driving the commitments and delivering on capabilities at the end of the day. And when I'm saying Microsoft is a trustworthy AI, what do I actually mean by this? So Microsoft is focusing on the Secure Future Initiative. And what does that mean? Is that our commitment for a multi-year commitment in terms of prioritizing security over anything else. We want to make sure by design that security is the baseline foundation before designing any products and solutions itself. From a privacy standpoint, we want to make sure that at Microsoft, we are protecting and defending your privacy. The approach is to build long-standing type of privacy type of principles, and we're committed to protecting your privacy at the end of the day. And the biggest component, especially with AI, is that under our AI principle policies, which was established, by the way, in 2018, we want to make sure that we continue to build and deploy our AI services and making sure that we are following our 6 core principles, right? And are they? They're fairness, reliability, safety, privacy, security, inclusiveness, transparency, and as well as accountability at the end of the day. And as I'm talking about the AI principles, a strong focus for us is making sure that we have everyone being able to benefit from the solution itself. So our tools is inclusive by design. We want to make sure that we are empowering all users itself with our AI tools. And if you don't mind, I'll play you a short video. If you cannot hear it, please feel free to let me know, but I'll play the short video starting now.
AI has a massive opportunity to help people with disabilities like me.
I'm going to show you some of my favorite features that help improve my productivity on the daily basis.
And I'll just go into Copilot and say, summarize this email.
I'm able to really use my voice through the microphone and voice access that's built into Copilot. I say, tell me the changes in accessibility for the past month.
I'm going to launch Word.
Describe what you'd like to write, including notes or an outline, and Copilot can generate a draft to help you get started.
In this case, I'm going to ask it to write about the history of computer science.
History of computer science. Generate.
One of the things that is challenging when you have dyslexia is writing. So to help with that, I will ask Copilot to write a draft email. I'm going to ask it to still keep my tone because I want it to sound like me, and I want it to be short, asking Mary to do a pre-read of the document. And it's now generating a template email, which is short and sweet, which is a brilliant productivity enhancement for me.
When I think about generative AI, I think about things that I've done in my 20-plus-year career in accessibility that we've not been able to do before now. And some of these things are literally life-changing.
This process without Copilot usually takes an hour, but this took 3 minutes. It's important to give me the time back to work on the things that I love. And generative AI does that.
If you want to make AI more accessible and better for you, use it and provide feedback. I'm excited about the possibility that it will help bridge the disability divide.
So as you can see, there's a strong focus in terms of making sure that our tools are completely inclusive of everybody. And what can these AI type of services do? We know that they can generate content. We understand that it can also help us in terms of code generation. So the time that it takes us for building applications is shortened in terms of getting AI to assist us in this build. Image recognition and generation. This is also an AI service. So today, if I had to take a photo and ask it where's this image from, this is an AI solution itself. Summarization. So today, I think we're all inundated in terms of administrative work. And there's a lot of research that needs to be done and for future knowledge building. And we want to leverage of tools that can help us in terms of summarizing it very to the point of how I would like to see that output. And today, even as I am in Microsoft, I've been around in the organization for about 10 plus years. And in this time frame, I've accumulated a lot of data. And in that data, it takes me a while to go and sift through it and find this information. So this advanced search capability is something phenomenal where I can, say I'm looking for maybe a piece of information. And with the semantic indexing that happens is that I'm able to call this information very quick and easy. And then lastly, I think this is not new or unfamiliar to us, but every time you go onto a website, you'll see a pop-up of a question and answer bot, right? So you can ask it a question and it can assist you in terms of navigating you with instructions. Now we are able to make sure that this AI services can be more natural language, right? So we can enhance this experience at the end of the day. And as Microsoft, we have a lot of different Copilot experiences. So I just wanted to make sure that I give you clarity in terms of what are these different type of tool sets that we have. So today, when we are talking about our Copilot, we are talking about the Microsoft 365 Copilot chat and the Microsoft 365 Copilot itself. Yes, we do have other tools for Dynamics. Think of this as a CRM type of solution where a scenario I would give is maybe, you have a call center as an example, and there's common requests that keeps on coming in. And maybe you have a new employee that's come on board. When the new employee starts the conversation, based on the tone as well as based on the ask from that user, the AI is able to summarize maybe previous calls itself and give it to the agent so that agent can react in real time basis. That's the power of AI being infused into these type of solutions. And we look at application development. The days of us sitting and spending time in terms of building, long code type of solutions is no longer needed. So today I have a need for a basic type of service. I can use the Microsoft Copilot platform to build a simple and quick solution with the flow process behind it. And the most important, I keep on referring to, is in terms of security. As we improve these AI services, unfortunately, there are malicious users of AI, and we have to make sure that we have the right type of AI services to keep up to date with the AI tools that these hackers are using. So we even have AI-infused solutions within our security. And lastly, I think this is more on the development community under GitHub Copilot in terms of helping the developers in terms of productivity itself. So in terms of how I would like to frame this is, as I mentioned, there's multiple different type of AI. There's the Microsoft Education AI, which is tool sets that you have, which I'll take you through in a bit. Then we have tools which is more generative AI. And in terms of the generative AI, there's two type of tools that we have abilities with, and I'll show you shortly. And then lastly, in terms of how we are seeing this improving as we move forward, we have this agent type of capability where you'll be able to start leveraging of the tools in a very quick and sophisticated manner to help you in terms of business outcomes. And I'll talk about that in a bit. So let's focus on the Microsoft Education AI solutions itself. So today, when we are talking about our solutions that you have, we are making sure that those solutions are education infused. So we have a tool set that's natively built in for education customers only, which is called Learning Accelerators. Yes, we have a combination of both K-12 type of tool sets as well as future-ready skills meant for the higher education space. And with these tools, we are seeing it embraced into the education space. When COVID happened, we had a lot of requests from educators in terms of, I need to see how the students are reading, how are they progressing. And due to the circumstance of COVID, of remote learning, it became a bit challenging for the teacher to have one-to-one sessions with the students itself. And this is where Microsoft, with the partnership of educators, came up with a tool called Reading Progress and Reading Coach, where an educator can give a piece of content for the student to read. The AI would be able to assess the student. In that process, the AI would also be able to pick up maybe some words that the student is struggling with and ask that student post them reading to try and practice on those words itself. At the end of it, this all goes back to the educator. The educator will always review the content and be able to analyze it for themselves. So if they don't want AI to leverage off it, the educator can go in and review this information and give an assessment to the student itself. And in terms of future-ready skills, I think this is what's important to the higher education space as the students are progressing into the work environment. We want to make sure that they have confidence in terms of the speaking capabilities. And we have tool sets with real-time feedback from the speaker progress and speaker coach, where I, as a student, be able to upload a presentation, and I'll be able to present in real time. In that real-time process, the feedback is given to me. Renee, you're speaking too fast. Renee, you're speaking too slow. Renee, you have too many filler words, like etc. So those are the tools that can help the student in terms of their progress itself. And what we are doing is, as an education entity, you have an LMS in there. And this is where most of the content is housed. So Microsoft is partnering with a lot of LMS providers in terms of giving our solutions directly into the LMS itself. So as you can see from this image, we are able to offer these learning accelerator type of tools directly in your LMS. You're able to access, the tool sets that you leverage all the time, like OneDrive and OneNote, even Copilot Chat. You can even enable this directly under your LMS service. And by all means, if you want to reach out to me afterwards on how to get this done, please let me know. Also, moving along from that, we have something that's available for all of our education customers itself, called Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat. And what is this service? This service is your Gen AI service, which is provided to you from Microsoft to your academic institution with no additional cost. So this is a tool set where you are able to use the latest generative AI models and be able to leverage off the web-grounded information. So I can go and ask it, as an example, build me a lesson plan based on Stats 101, as an example. I can go in, it'll go into the internet, it'll be able to pull out this information and give me the output that I'm looking for. So this is more grounded on the web data. I'm able to pull this information through, and I'll be able to, leverage off this generative AI type of tool set. Can I do like creating of images and so forth? The answer is yes. All you need to do is go to your office.com website, make sure that you've signed in using your institution credentials, and then you should be able to see the Copilot chat button, and you're able to start leveraging of the Gen AI service immediately. Now, in terms of, as I mentioned, where would this be available? The answer is yes. It's available on the browser. You have Office 365 tools on your devices, be it Windows, Mac, Android, iOS, etc. You also have it on your mobile platform, right? So you can download the application, you can sign into this application stack using your institution credentials, and you are able to start leveraging off this immediately. Now, why is this important? Today, from a security motion, once again, Microsoft is following a very tight and secure LLM process in terms of making sure that we have the right guardrails in place for our customers. Number two, any data that you put into this prompt, we are making sure that that data is being used for your purposes only. None of the data is being used to train the LLM. I know a lot of tool sets are out there, and everyone's embracing it and using it, but just make sure that you understand how your data is being leveraged off. What's the privacy components behind it? So your data is not being used to train the LLMs, because I'm sure you have read some horror stories out there where organizations have, leveraged off an AI service, and unfortunately, that information was used to train the LLM, which exposed them at the end of the day. So as long as you signed in, you'll be able to see this green shield on your browser. You should be good to go itself. Now, talking about the main product itself, the Microsoft 365 Copilot. Think of this as your own personal AI assistant for work. And what do I mean by that is, this is a true product that really understands you, that really understands how you are using your tools, and being able to support you in terms of your productivity gains. When we are looking at Copilot for Microsoft 365, what does that mean? There's a clear differentiation between Copilot Chat and Copilot for Microsoft 365. Copilot Chat, as I mentioned earlier on, is grounded on web data, or you taking a document and uploading it and asking it to summarize. Whereas Copilot for Microsoft 365 is a solution that's using LLMs. It's using your data. So it's grabbing information that you have on your emails, your OneDrive, your SharePoint, your Teams conversation. It has access to all of that information. And it's bringing it through under the tools and products that you are familiar with. Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft Forms as an example, Loop, etc. And it's also embracing the internet as well to come and support in terms of enhancing the responses. So Microsoft 365 Copilot is using large language models. It's losing your data. It's the output. It will be on your Microsoft 365 applications, and also being able to embrace the internet itself. And with this, what are the core competencies that I can get from this such a solution. Today, if you are looking for a lesson plan, right? So I don't know where to start, or I want to start building maybe a white paper, etc. I can go to Copilot and say, help me with this type of research. Give me some structure behind it. So this is where Copilot can go out, bring you some structure. Will it be 100% perfect? The answer is no. But the better the prompt, the better the output, right? So the more information you're able to provide it, the better the output itself. We want to make sure that we're unlocking productivity. In today's busy life, we are faced with meetings and other activities, etc. So we want to make sure that we are focused in terms of being able to prioritize my time. So today, I'm invited to the session. I'm invited for a few other meetings at the same time. I can use Copilot to help me understand how to what's happening in the other meetings. So as I'm in this meeting and Copilot's enabled in other meetings, I can ask Copilot what has been discussed thus far, and it'll be able to give me the output. Even when I'm preparing for meetings, so based on the agenda, in terms of working with students or working with management, I can go in and say, based on this meeting itself, help me better prepare for it, right? So this is the art of unlocking productivity. And in terms of up-leveling skills, we all know we're all fantastic Excel users, to give you a simple example. But what Copilot helps us to do in a natural language is being able to support us in terms of build out of solutions. As an example, I've got a data set. Now I need to build maybe pivot charts or graphs, etc., or understand trends based on the data itself. I can use Excel to support me in that. So I'll take my Excel document and say, based on the information in here, can you help me in terms of designing the pivot chart? Copilot can go and assist you in terms of directing you of how to do this. And an M365 Copilot can help you in terms of building this out. So within a few moments, you'll be able to have a full pivot chart itself. Now, can somebody build this pivot chart? The answer is yes. So it's not teaching you new technologies, but it's helping you in terms of efficiencies at the end of the day. And when we obviously surveyed our customers in terms of how they are using Copilot and where are they seeing these gains, we are seeing a lot of them indicate that they spend less time in terms of processing emails. They also saving times in terms of mundane tasks. So a lot of administration, Copilot can help in terms of saving them times. And this is my favorite in terms of search and being able to find information very quick and easy. And also when we're not sure of where to start, like could be during appraisal times, it could be during peak periods, or we're trying to learn a new subject or teach a new subject. It's always a good for us drafter, right? To help you in terms of giving some construct at the end. And also bringing it in terms of making sure that we're inclusive behind it. We have seen it support in terms of dyslexia, neurodiversity, mobility, and vision. From a mobility standpoint, I can have Teams meeting recaps. So I can go in, instead of me, not being able to attend the meeting, I can, view the recap. I can get a summarization of it very quick and easy. I can also, from a neurodiversity standpoint, I can also change the tone of my emails very quick and easy in terms of being able to have clear communication itself. And with saying all of this, Copilot's there as a coach as well. Now, the components of maybe responding to an email, Copilot understands the tone based on the emails, but maybe you've picked up the phone and called somebody and there's a different tone that needs to be represented. This is why Copilot is there to give you coaching components of giving you clarity in terms of your response, as well as being making sure that you're clearly understood in that conversation. In a very high level, I just like to show you what the components of Copilot is. So as I mentioned, we have the chat functionality. I can go in as an example and say, tell me when's the next meeting with my manager and give me some summarization of how to prepare for it, right? And you'll be able to pull out this information. So even when you're having a class session, you maybe have delivered it on a hybrid or in a remote learning fashion, I can go in and ask in the chat to maybe summarize this in a table format as well as making sure, giving guidance in terms of who are the action owners itself. So with that prompt, I'll be able to get the output that I'm looking for. So it's all based on the prompt in order to get the output you're looking for. In terms of search, there's tons of data out there. You have access to information on your device. There's SharePoints, there's other portals, etc., within the institution itself. So search is there to help me in terms of finding information from these different portals and bringing it together. So I could be looking at, a new way of, assisting students in terms of AI. What are the tools available? So you'll be able to go and search these different platforms and bring this information through to you. The third one is agents. Now, agents is something that where I can derive better outputs for me. So Copilot Chat has the ability for me to use it for my productivity gain personally. From agents, I can kickstart processes and let it flow in the background. And I'll talk about that in a bit. Our notebook component is also very powerful in terms of how do we bring in information together, have this information grounded, and then being able to collaborate with other users, and then also being able to take it and deliver it as a podcast to make it a lot easier for us to understand or make sure that it's delivered in a different format itself. And the create, as I mentioned earlier on with generative AI, there's a lot of things I can do. I can generate images, I can generate videos, but I also want to make sure that I'm leveraging off the banner of the institution. So I want to use their colors, I want to use their logos and their themes. And maybe I also want to leverage off content that they've inherited. So there might be a lot of images itself that the institution has invested in. How do I leverage off that to enhance it with an AI solution itself? And the most important from an education standpoint is that we as Microsoft are also helping in the education platform to build in models like Teach as well as Study. So you'll see these models being enabled for both our faculty and students in terms of assisting them, right? In terms of being able to leverage of tool sets to help teachers deliver sessions from a student in terms of learning new technologies itself. And our chat is obviously making sure that we are leveraging off the latest models itself, right? So as you know, Microsoft has partnered with OpenAI, and we are using the GPT-5 model itself in order to get the latest and greatest type of solutions out there. The AI chat for work is there to help me in terms of being able to solve for information or solve for problems by bringing in information from the web as well as your local data itself. This information has obviously very customizable type of outputs. You can switch off to leverage off internet information, or I can go and say maybe this group of data set, I want to maybe just pull out information from there. And also being able to have, the output that I'm looking for. So I can have this research done using chat. I pull this information through, I can put it into my pages, and I can collaborate with fellow colleagues in terms of how I would like to work forward on this piece. And then once again, just to level set it, there's two type of technologies. One, you have Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat. This is part of the university's Microsoft agreement already. And what are the capabilities of it? So I can go and say, tell me, as an example, what are the top headlines in the news? Tell me a bit more about, as an example, Zayed University. Tell me how's their research components over the past 3 years, as an example. So it'll go into the internet and pull this information out. Whereas the Microsoft 365 Copilot, it pulls your internal information. So as an example, you have an action item. So draft me an email based on action outputs that I need my fellow colleagues to action on. I'll be able to, ask a simple prompt like, who is my manager? And how do I prepare? Or I can say, how do I better prepare for my next meeting or one-on-one meeting with my manager? And they'll be able to pull this information through based on previous meetings and engagements itself. As I mentioned, the search we are able to have connectors so we can have a broad ecosystem of information itself. So yes, I've got my information based on my data on my device, on my OneDrive, even on SharePoint, but I'm also able to have this connected to other ecosystems itself. And the notebook, I mean, uh, this is a quite a popular type of solution that's been used in education, especially with regards to collaboration and being able to support in terms of, new ways of catching up, right? So I can work on information with fellow colleagues and come together in terms of putting it all nicely packaged in terms of our audio output, right? Like a podcast itself. In terms of create, as I earlier mentioned, we have the power of generating images directly. So I can go in and start doing AI generation of images based on grounded data. So based on the institution data, I can able to go and use the company's brand. And once again, I have the full customization of being able to edit it. Hence the name Copilot is not something that the AI will build only and share this. There's always a human element that's required in terms of making sure that the end user is put in control before deciding what will be the output itself. Now, from the Microsoft 365 Copilot, the next component to it, or the next wave that we are seeing in terms of being a frontier organization, is that we want Copilot to help me in terms of other productivity areas. So what are Copilot agents and how does it actually work? So think of a task. So I'll give you a simple example in terms of how we are looking at this evolution. Today, I want to know, as an example, what is the leave policy within Zayed University? The agent can go in and look through the policy data, just that contained data, and give me the output of saying, Zayed University offers 21 leave days, as an example. The next step in terms of how agents are capable, and this is something that end users can actually build, or we can even leverage of IT Pro development in terms of having integrations itself. So now I can go and say, I would like to understand how many leave days I have left. So it's integrated into my HR system. It'll be able to tell me just from one user interface, being able to tell me, Renee, you have 18 days of leave left. And I can even on the spot being able to ask it, please, can you, apply for leave for me? So it's a task orientated thing. So I can go and put in the action, it goes and does the task and gives me the output I'm looking for. And another motion in terms of the way going forward, I can kickstart a process that runs for me. So I want to go on paternity leave. I put a request in, I would like to go on paternity leave between these dates. What happens in the background with these agents is that it understands there's a few type of flow process that needs to happen. One, manager's approval. Two, being able to apply for budget for a temporary resource. Being able to assist in terms of getting the laptop, making sure that there's an identity created for the user, making sure there's parking space, etc. So in this element where I would like to just apply for paternity leave, there's a few action points or series of steps that needs to be taken. And this is where the autonomous type of motion will happen. So you initiate it and there's a flow process behind it itself. And these agents itself is something that an end user can build. So there's no code and low code type of scenarios. And then there's something called pro code, where in the low code format, I can go in, as an example, within the department, I can share this with students. I can build a agent where I would like to maybe put the content of itself into an agent. And when the student is prompting in that agent, is only getting information from that knowledge source that I've given it access to. So the students will be able to go in and gather this information and leverage off it. Something simple as that, something simple where the organization can use it, where you have policies. The policies are always changing and sometimes the data is sitting everywhere. So how do I get the latest information? So I can, point my agent to maybe a SharePoint site where all of the policy documents sit and all of my faculty members will be able to gather the output that they want. just based on the data itself. And Microsoft is also assisted in terms of building better agents, right? So researcher agents. So today, when I go in and ask, as an example, I would like to maybe expand on or building out a new sports stadium at my institution. I can go in and ask Copilot Chat. It's able to summarize this and give me some good context. In terms of research, it goes even more deeper. It's able to go in and understand where would you like to have this piece of stadium at. What's the intentions of it? What type of sports will be delivered on this field itself? And it gives me a nice white paper in terms of the output. And same with analyst, in terms of being able to take data, put it in there, and within a few minutes being able to get some insights very quick and easy. And there's more agents that Microsoft is building, as you can see. While we're in the meeting, being able to take notes, but also being able to break it up into the different topics of conversation itself. So the facilitator is able to do that in terms of moderating the type of conversation. And the interpreter is helping me in terms of being able to deliver my message in your own required language itself. So if I'm speaking English, in real time, the interpreter would be able to translate this into Arabic if that's a requirement. And we also evolve in the researcher. As you know, Microsoft, as I said, is partnered with OpenAI itself, but you also have the ability under the researcher component of being able to use Claude as the LLM. So I can go in as IT and being able to support of using a different LLM within the researcher component itself. And so Microsoft is building first-party agents. That's great. We also have third-party agents. So we have an ecosystem of partners and far much more than this, where we can natively integrate to it. So these type of solutions is available, and I can have a direct connection very quick and easy. And if I want to build my own agents, as an example, a policy agent, I can build this very simple, quick, and easy with a low code and no code type of format. No code, I can go in from a generative AI and say, I would like to build an agent for policies. It'll ask me, okay, what are the instructions you would like to give? Maybe the tone of the output needs to be in a formal language, etc. Or I can use it in a bit of a low code format where I can go in very quick and easy in terms of designing this output just with a series of information. I would be able to upload the data. I would be able to maybe create a flow process behind it. And then lastly, under Copilot Studio, I can build a full autonomous type of solution itself with actions from different systems, be it, as an example, in this image with SAP, and being able to have further action points being taken, therefore. So it's, as I mentioned, it's very quick, simple, and easy. You give it the instructions, you give it the knowledge base, and the output is simple and easy for that end user. So from a description standpoint, you go in and say, this is what the agent can do. You give it the instructions in terms of how you would like the output. You give it the knowledge base of where this information is based on SharePoint or on your local OneDrive, etc. And you also want to make sure that you initiate the capabilities. So maybe I want this agent to help me with code interpretation, or I want it to do image generation itself. So I can switch this on or switch it off. And then also suggested prompts. So if somebody comes to the policy agent itself.
Sorry, Renee, but we ran out of time.
Oh, okay. Sorry. One more slide.
Okay.
So we also have a lot of studies that's been done. We've published white papers, and all of this information you have freely access to, and a lot of resources that's available to support you on this journey. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. It's really like deep in the details that are most likely interested. So thank you so much. So I'll just, leave the questions on the app, so you can please feel free to answer those. you have number of questions that have been raised in the application. I'll
Yes.
just share the exit code for this session. Okay. So the exit code for this session will be unlock. Okay. So thank you, Renee, for joining us, and hope to see you more in the future. I really like your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
You too.
Bye.
Okay, our next session will start at 12:30. So see you then. Okay, our next session is going to be about turning everyday chat apps into classrooms, delivering personalized teacher-led learning through WhatsApp. So, which will be led by Anil Gilan. Am I pronouncing your name right? From Three Dots.
Yeah, no worries. And again, yeah. Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Thank you so much, Sama, and good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and thank you also to Zayed University for inviting me to contribute to this event. So my name is Anna Nguyen Meyer. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Three Dot Education, and edtech social enterprise that is committed to unlock access to education by leveraging AI. So today we're gonna explore how messaging apps can become real classrooms when we combine them with AI and a strong pedagogical layer. So let's begin with a few numbers. So today, more than 5.78 billion people use a mobile phone, and that's almost 70% of the world's population. So it's true to say that the mobile phone has become the main entry point to the internet, and for millions of people around the world across very different countries and contexts. The internet is not anymore a website or a platform. It's simply social media and messaging apps. So why that? Because messaging is where people communicate, organize their day, learn things informally, share news, and stay connected with others. So, and if we look at messaging specifically, you can see that WhatsApp dominates as the world's leading messaging app. It now reaches more than 3 billion people every month. And younger generation, they are even more present in these spaces among Gen Z. Ooh. Okay, I'm really sorry. I think I got a call, so all good. So among Gen Z, yeah, more than 80% use social media every single day, and about half spend 3 hours or more on this platform. This is really where their digital life is happening now, naturally, constantly, and without effort. So for education, this is a huge opportunity, and especially for higher education, but not only. So messaging can no longer be seen simply as a distraction. It has become a space where students feel comfortable, active, and fully present. So it's also a way to reach all learners wherever they are, because messaging works in almost any context. So, for example, with limited internet or with older phone, and even in challenging environments. So over the past 10 years, this has attracted growing attention from researchers, and with several studies examining how WhatsApp can support learning. So in 2024, for example, 4 researchers conducted a systemic review of almost 200 studies on the educational use of WhatsApp. And what did they show? They showed that what they call mobile instant messaging with active learning, motivation, collaboration, better learning results, and also simple reminders to stay on track. And all across the literature, we see the same 5 educational strengths coming back again and again. The first is interactivity, then knowledge sharing, a strong sense of presence, collaboration, and ubiquity. So the ability to learn anytime, anywhere. So yes, it's true to say that WhatsApp already works for learning. However, almost all of these studies focus on WhatsApp groups and not on structured teaching. And even if research shows the potential, the pedagogy is missing. And now with the rise of Gen AI, we finally have the power to build this missing layer and to move from simple messaging to a real conversational pedagogy. So the concept we've developed, conversational pedagogy, means using messaging app as structured learning spaces. So not just places where people exchange messages, chat randomly, or share PDFs. So the idea is really to design learning pathways that unfold through conversation, step by step, supported by Gen AI. So this approach is grounded in three pedagogical foundations. So first, the Bloom's taxonomy, which gives us a clear learning progression. Learning happens through a sequence of stages, from remembering to understanding to applying to creating. So the AI tutor can guide students through these stages very naturally. It can ask a recall question, then move to an explanation, then propose a short activity, then offer feedback, and all of this inside the flow of conversation. So Bloom's taxonomy combined with AI, it really can help us to recreate a structured progression directly in chat. So the second one is the generative learning theory, which tells us that learners don't learn by receiving information. They learn by doing something with it. So this is the action: explaining, making choices, producing language, solving a problem. That creates learning. And AI is perfect for this because it can continuously prompt students to think, to answer, to generate ideas, and then reflect on them. So the student becomes an active participant, not a passive receiver. And the last one, third, it's about sociocultural learning. So we know from Vygotsky that people learn through interaction, through dialogue, guidance, and social support. And AI can provide a conversational partner that is always present, always responsive, always ready to guide. And this creates a sense of presence, which is essential for engagement and persistence in learning. So messaging is really ideal for all of this because it feels natural, direct, and interactive. And it mirrors the way people already communicate. So learning feels like part of everyday life rather than something external or complicated. But there is one important point, and while AI can bring feedback, guidance, and adaptivity, the structure, meaning the sequence, the progression, the learning objective, they must be defined by humans. And AI can support the iteration, but the pedagogy has to come first. And I'm really insisting on this because this human design structure is exactly the foundation of conversational pedagogy. So while AI offers great opportunities for learning, we need to be very careful about how we use it, and especially in the education space. So because an AI tutor is not just a tool, students react to it as a social partner. And for example, a recent study published in the British Journal of Educational Technology showed that when a chatbot appears warm and competent, students engage more in self-directed learning. So it means that the tone, the personality, and the emotional presence of the bot matter a lot. They are not just cosmetic details, they are really shape motivation, persistence, and trust. So conversational pedagogy integrates this dimension. The idea is to design bots that not only teach, but also that support, reassure against learners. So there is also another layer that we need to take very seriously. And that's why I wanted to share with you the result of this study from Harvard. Because large language models are very powerful, but they also reflect a specific cultural profile. And this research shows that GPT, one of the most widely used LLMs, aligns mostly with Western values and norms, as you can see here. So Egypt is here. So this means that, oops, sorry. This means that AI cannot be deployed as in education, and it needs a pedagogical and cultural decision layer. Otherwise, we risk exporting unintended biases, misalignment with local practices, and learning that feels foreign and disconnected from learners' realities. And this is exactly why pedagogy needs humans, not just for content, but for context, to frame the learning intention, to define the progression, to adapt to the cultural environment, to ensure safety, accuracy, and relevance. And this is what conversational pedagogy provides, and how at 3 Dots we turn messaging apps into virtual classroom. Sorry. How we transform these platforms into structured learning spaces where human input and AI work together to ensure accurate, contextualized, and safe learning experiences. So now that we have defined what conversational pedagogy is, let me show you how we bring it to life. So to make this approach work in a real context, we needed a complete architecture, a full system where learning can happen through conversation. So with a structure, progression, human oversight, and AI support. So this architecture is built around 3 components. So the first one, it's structured learning pathways delivered entirely through chat. So this is what we call chat-based courses. It's step-by-step lessons built for messaging. Second, AI tools that students can use whenever they want to practice, explore, and reinforce what they're learning. And the third one, it's a teacher platform for AI-powered assignments and teacher-led orchestration. So together, these 3 elements form one unique coherent learning system designed specifically for messaging environment. So let me walk you through each one. So let's start with what we call chat-based courses. So today, there is a lot of debate about what learning looks like inside a chat interface. And because for years, digital learning meant apps where you tap, click, drag, or open a module, but messaging is completely different. It feels natural, spontaneous, and when you combine that with AI, it becomes a completely new kind of learning environment. So the challenge was, how do we turn a simple chat into a structured learning experience? And that's exactly why we created chat-based courses. So this brings us to a very important point, because AI today can answer almost everything, but answering is not teaching. And if you open ChatGPT, like the example on the right, the whole experience starts with "ask me anything," but that model assumes learners already know 3 things: so what they need, how to ask for it, and where to begin. But in education, that's a real issue. So because learning is not about asking the perfect question, it's about being taken through a current process, step by step. And this is exactly what generative learning theory tells us. Learners need a structure to think, produce, and progress. So in our chat-based courses, we flip the logic. So instead of waiting for the learner to formulate the right question, we frame the conversation. So we set the objective, we introduce the activity, and we guide the progression. So on the left, you can see what this looks like in practice. So the bot starts the lesson, sets a purpose, gives a concrete task, and then moves the learners from one micro objective to the next, and always in a pedagogical sequence. So this shift from ask me anything to let's go through this step by step is really the core of our approach. It becomes teaching, not just answering. So most institutions already have the content they need, but it usually lives in PDFs, slides, or LMS platforms. And what we do, we take that existing curriculum and we turn it into a conversational learning sequence that works inside WhatsApp. So our platform supports multiple pedagogical formats. It can become an interactive course with concepts and examples. It can become a scenario, a simulation, where a learner plays a role, for example. It could be a quiz or even a level test. And all of these formats become chat-based courses delivered step by step directly inside the messaging app. So everything happens inside a single conversation. So learners, they don't jump between apps or platform. Everything unfolds right here inside WhatsApp. So they can open a mini menu. So for example, here, as you can see. And so they access to their course library, they select a module and start learning without ever leaving the chat. So once the module begins, the bot guides them step by step through a structured progression from understanding, analyzing, applying, evaluating, and finally scoring. So a sequence that is directly inspired by Bloom's taxonomy. And each phase corresponds to a clear learning objective and an activity. So the learner is not just chatting, they are moving through a pedagogical path inside a simple conversation. So the experience is multimodal. It could be images, example, short text, video, but the real key is contextualization. So every module, every chat-based course is adapted to the academic discipline, to the country, and to the cultural context. And that's really essential in education. So how is that possible? How do we do that? Because everything starts from human pedagogy. So the learning path, the sequence, the objectives, all of this is designed by humans. AI doesn't decide the pedagogy. AI delivers it. So this is really where conversational learnings becomes really powerful. So inside one single conversation, the learner moves through an iterative learning loop guided by pedagogy delivered by AI. And as learners progress, the AI follows up after each exercise, and at every step, the assistant analyzes the student's answer and give the right kind of feedback aligned with the pedagogical intention of that specific moment. And this brings us to one of the most important parts, the AI feedback, because most people think that AI feedback just means giving an answer. But in education, feedback must adapt. It has to change depending on what the student wrote and depending on the learning goal of that specific step. So that's why we build a pedagogical layer, logic layer on top of Gen AI. So this layer will decide how the AI should respond, not just what it should respond. So depending on the learner input, the system can encourage self-correction, provide a direct correction when needed. It can also ask reflective Socratic questions or adapt the conversation if the learner needs something different. So you can see on the right, the AI correcting an answer, or supporting a task by sending a voice message, or just adjusting to the learner's needs in real time. This is what turns AI from a simple answering question into a real pedagogical assistant. So the AI is not only giving feedback throughout the entire chat-based course, it's also assessing. And every interaction between the learner and the AI tutor is analyzed in real time. So at the end of the module, the chat-based course, the learner will receive a clear performance report, not just a score, but a breakdown of their progression across dimensions like understanding, applying, evaluating. So this helps students understand how they learn, not just what they answer. And from there, they can continue with an AI review session that focuses on their weak points, because the system remembers exactly what they struggle with, and it adapts the reinforcement path accordingly. So this is really a personalized revision sequence inside the same conversation. And when needed, the AI can also match their needs with existing institutional resources. It could be articles, video, documents, PDF. So the idea is to create like a bridge between WhatsApp Learning and the institution's wider ecosystem. So everything students do inside the chat-based courses is automatically analyzed and shared on the teacher platform in real time. So teachers and also institutions, they have access to pedagogical data, cohort analytics. It's not just usage data. This is really important because it allows the institutions to make decisions based on actual learning behavior. So to understand how students progress, where they struggle, and what outcomes they're achieving. So it's also essential for teachers, because the whole point of this system is to keep teachers in the loop, not to replace them. So the AI collects and analyze the learning data, but the teacher, they get a clear dashboard to monitor progress, identify needs, and can use it as an assessment or follow-up tool. So while students learn inside the messaging app, teachers can follow everything in real time and get a much better understanding of their learners' knowledge. So the second component of our architecture is what we call AI tools on demand. So unlike chat-based courses, which guide learners step by step, so these tools are already functional. So they allow students or teachers to work on a specific skill instantly without prompting and without navigating a complex interface. They're simple, fast, and fully integrated inside the same WhatsApp conversation. So as we saw earlier, chat-based courses rely on structure guided conversation, and AI tools are different. Each tool is designed to help learners work on a specific competency instantly and efficiently. So instead of typing prompts, users can simply select a tool such as, you can see, lesson planner for teacher training, or it could be also oral training for language learning, for example. And the AI will generate the output based on a few key inputs. So again, all of this happens inside WhatsApp within the same conversation. So behind each tool, there is an adaptive decision layer, a small AI orchestration that chooses the right logic, the right template, and the right outcome depending on the variables. So for example, on the right, you have one of our AI tools, which is the classroom simulator. designed for teacher training. And so teacher simply provide the challenge, you can say the challenge they're facing. It could be classroom management, student engagement, differentiation. And they provide also the objective or type of lesson they want to practice. And then the AI is gonna generate a realistic classroom scenario. So the AI plays the role of an entire group of students, each with different behaviors and needs. And the teacher can test strategies, make decisions, and see how the class reacts, and all in a safe mobile-first environment. So it's essentially a text-based teaching simulator, like a lightweight VR experience designed for pedagogical practice. And the third component of our architecture is the most important one, is how to keep teachers at the core of the system. You've seen AI delivers pedagogy, how it guides students, how it addresses learning, but none of this replaces the teacher. It amplifies the teacher. So that's why our platform allows teachers to assign full chat-based courses and include also an AI studio designed specifically for educators. So the idea is not to turn teachers into prompter, but to give them a simple way to inject their expertise, their observation, and their local knowledge directly into the learning experience on WhatsApp. So teacher can create their own activity and generate AI-powered homework aligned with their curriculum. So, for example, you have here an example from Uganda. Teachers wanted students to practice asking clear, well-structured questions in English. So in the AI studio, the teachers they simply need to specify the skills, the levels, the constraints. So it's quite easy, and in real time you can have an AI homework generating. So the system generate the AI assignment. The teacher can also preview the experience to make sure it's aligned with the intent, and then assign it to the student. So once the assignment is created, it can be sent instantly or shared through a link, and students receive a message directly on WhatsApp. So, for example, your teacher gave me a mission to help you with your homework. Would you like to start? And only at that specific moment, we ask the students whether they agree to share the conversation with their teacher. So if they consent, the teacher can access not only quantitative results like scores or completion, but also selected parts of the AI conversation. And this is important because it helps teacher understand how students reason, where they struggle, and how they behave in the task. So this closes the loop. We keep a teacher fully in the loop while using AI to scale monitoring, differentiation, and personalized follow-up without adding more workload. So this architecture works everywhere in formal, non-formal, vocational, academic settings, and across any topic. And everything I've shown you so far is already deployed at scale with institutions that have very different needs. So let me show you what this looks like in the real world with two concrete examples. So the first example comes from Sorbonne University, Abu Dhabi. So we developed Nora AI, a customized messenger chatbot supporting their intensive French program. So for students, Nora AI delivers short conversational lessons aligned with the Sorbonne's curriculum. Nora AI also offers AI-driven listening, speaking exercise, which is basically the AI tools, and also, of course, personalized feedback after each activity. And for teachers, it becomes a very strong companion, powerful companion, because they can follow up progress in real time on the platform, identify difficulties immediately, adapt their teaching, and then can also design personalized learning paths with the AI Studio. So importantly, Nora AI is used directly during class, not just at home. So it's quite interesting because it also gives teachers a new, very simple and super interactive way to bring AI into the classroom. So the second example is completely different. It's a project we developed with the International Rescue Committee. And here the goal was to support teachers in crisis settings where connectivity is low and teaching conditions are extremely challenging. So the chatbot called Aprondia helps teacher apply the healing classrooms pedagogy developed by the International Rescue Committee. And so it provides guidance, examples, and locally relevant scenarios to help them create safe and supportive learning environment for children. So everything is contextualized to the culture and to the language, to the teacher of the teacher. And because it works on WhatsApp, its teacher can access the content anywhere, even with limited resources. So these two cases show how flexible the architecture is. And even if it's true to say that messaging apps were never built for learning, um, with chat-based courses, on-demand AI tools, and teacher-led assignments, we can turn everyday conversation into structured and accessible learning experiences guided by pedagogy, powered by AI, and amplified by teachers. And from an high-end university in the United Arab Emirates to emergency education programs in conflict zones, we don't move learners to new platform. Conversational pedagogy turns the platform they already use into a classroom. So thank you so much. I think.
Thank you, Anil, for this insightful presentation. Really, very nice thoughts, ideas. Yeah, and it's a nice also approach to use WhatsApp in teaching. We have one question already that is there. I really encourage you guys, if you have questions, to type in the QA box or in the application discussion box. So Gina is asking, is it possible then for someone else to use the phone on the student's behalf, isn't it? And how can we guarantee that students is the one doing the work?
Well, the thing is, this is super powerful with when you're working on messaging apps. It means that, for example, you're gonna scan a QR code and you're gonna be redirected directly through to your application. It could be WhatsApp or Messenger. So basically, this is your WhatsApp account. So you don't have to sign in for another app. So you are discussing, it's a conversation on WhatsApp or on Messenger and so on. So you are the one, this is your account. But of course, when we're talking about digital learning solutions, so we're not behind the shoulder of the learner. So we don't know if it's him or not. But for example, I mean, at Sorbonne University, which is quite interesting that they're using the solution directly in during class in the classroom. So it's also a way to practice differently altogether, you know. So, and in this case, of course, you can be sure that the student is doing the work.
Sure. So it's more like in-class activities rather than.
It depends, yeah.
I got it. Okay, more questions? Okay, I have actually a question. So why WhatsApp? Why not other applications, especially now that we are moving towards having lots of applications serving the one purpose. So why specifically WhatsApp?
Yeah, well, to be honest, we started with Messenger And then we moved to WhatsApp. So I don't know which other application we will be working on in the future. But the thing is that we're just trying to reach the maximum of person. And currently, WhatsApp is leading the world leading application. So that's why WhatsApp. But it also depends on the context, on the country. In some countries in Africa, Messenger is the most popular application. So yeah, we're just trying to adapt to the needs and to the online habits.
Yeah. Are you also considering the paid versus the free ones? Like when selecting applications, for example?
Yeah. What do you mean by paid and free one?
Like paid is it like when you consider, for example, WhatsApp, did you consider that it was for example, it was for free for people to use?
Yeah, and that's a very good point, actually. It's because it's free and also because it doesn't use a lot of data. And of course, for example, when we're talking in Abu Dhabi, that it's not relevant. But for example, in conflict areas, this is super important because it doesn't use a lot of data. So it's really accessible easily, even if a low connectivity, and yeah, and it's free. So yeah, you
Yeah,
can reach like a lot of people.
yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for that, Neil.
Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Have a
I
lovely
really
day. Bye
enjoyed it.
bye.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you so
Bye.
much. Let me just share the code now, the exit code with our attendees. Okay, so the access code for this session is going to be deliver. Okay. So this is the code actually that you're going to need when you fill the reflection question for the certificate. So just take a record of it. Thank you.
Hi, Summer. Just wanted to check if my
Yes.
audio is good and the screen sharing is working.
Yes, I can hear you clearly and your screen is shared perfectly. I'll introduce this briefly.
Thank you.
Welcome. So thank you everyone for joining us. Our next session is Google AI for Higher Education, presented by Murtaza Sinarwala from Marasis. We're excited to have him with us here to share ideas and perspectives that will enrich today's discussion. I'll leave the microphone to you, Murtaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaila, and thank you everyone for joining in. My name is Murtaza, and I work as a Google Education Solution Manager at Masters. We might have all heard about all the news which Google is putting out there on AI in education. But before I step in, I wanted to use the live interactions. We are a small cohort here. Where is Google AI and where are we headed into? So we have two Nobel Prizes in our team. One is by AlphaFold. That's the only AI model to be recognized as a Nobel Prize winner. That's by University of Glasgow, University of Portsmouth. And the other is Michael Dewart. He got a Nobel Prize for quantum hardware and Google Quantum AI. Google's approach to AI is grounded in these three principles, and this is the takeaway which I want you to take away after this 30 minutes of session. That whatever Google does is based on these key principles: bold innovation, responsible deployment, and development of AI. Now, that's a key pillar which I'll focus on today, and then collaborative progress together as a society, and education is the key for it. 2 days ago, Google launched a new Gemini model, which is Gemini 3. If you imagine 1,000 days before, just 3 years ago, if you had gone to the Expo 2020 or looked at AI, even if it generated a poem of 4 lines, that was a huge achievement on AI. And today, all the AI models are generating research level intelligence papers. So Gemini 3 is based on action. And what it does, it means there's a new agentic coding tool, which is called Gemini Anti-Gravity. It uses the advanced tools for using and planning, and it uses multimodality. I think for me, multimodality is a great achievement in AI, especially as a use case in education, in higher education. So how are we transforming higher education with AI? One thing you need to understand as from a Google level is we hold the entire stack. So right from cloud infrastructure, devices, models, and software. Now, why is this useful for universities? Because that gives professors cheaper access to platforms, easier. Even for us, it helps us to train our model faster and easier because we own the foundation model. But at the same time, this whole stack is modular. So as a university, you might choose that, okay, I want to use the Gemini models with other models. I wanted to use it on maybe other devices like NVIDIA chips. All of this is possible because it's open source, modular, and scalable. Now, the next thing which I want to focus on is on the foundation models. So Gemini is a foundation model, and we have then introduced Learn LM, which is a fine-tuned model specifically for education. Before that, these are some of the challenges in higher education, right? Universities have a falling enrollment rate. The use of degree and the question of degree is being questioned by everyone. Especially in UAE, it's become the new educational hub for people around the world to come in and study here. But that creates a pressure on the operational expenses. Data security is also a big concern in this region, and how are university actually integrating AI into their curriculum? Right, the biggest opportunity here, when a survey was done, was 93% of people found that AI needs to be more and more integrated in higher education. 65% of the university students want more training in the AI tools and want to use more AI tools. Almost 27% of them use more than 2 AI tools, and 19% of them use more than 3 AI tools on a daily basis. Okay. So that's where LearnLM comes in. And it's important to understand what is LearnLM. So Gemini is a foundation model. So that's Google's foundation model. Similarly, you have a foundation model from Anthropic, which is cloud, and you have the foundation model from OpenAI, which is the ChatGPT, right? This foundation model was then fine-tuned and trained on the principles of pedagogy and learning science principles. Okay, it's grounded in academic research and STEM reasoning and problem solving. And based on that, all the other model products function on Gemini, Notebook LM, Classroom, YouTube, and such. These were the 5 AI principles which AI Learn LM was trained on. So I'm not sure if you had noticed, Google was a bit uh, late to introduce AI in education because it retrained its Gemini model. At that time, it was called Bard. It retrained its Gemini model to work on these learning science principles because it the dilemma was, should we go full-fledged with the flow when OpenAI and all the other models were taking over, or should we make it responsible for education use case? So you would see that most of the products which the education industry is based on has different use cases, but Google's models, Gemini and Notebook LM, are based on these learning science principles. Come back to the chat just to make sure there are no questions yet.
And none currently.
So this LearnLM then powers all the 15 different products which are used by 500,000 users, right? Google is the most used in terms of search. We then have YouTube, but then LearnLM powers all of these apps and models. And where are the use cases we see? AI overview. So when you now do a Google search, it comes up with an AI overview. The top, we also have Gemini Live. By the way, there is a new update. As universities, we are familiar with Google Scholars. Google Scholar, there's an update which is called Google Scholar Lab, which allows you to now interact with Google Scholars in a dynamic format. Gemini Live is where you can pick up your phone camera and interact live with your camera, screen share, maybe take a video recording of your class, of your student. If you're teaching sports, take a video recording of the players on the field and ask for a real-time feedback. Notebook LM, and that's what I'm going to focus on today. It's a great thinking partner and a research assistant tool to analyze your sources. And I'll repeat this, to analyze your sources and turn complex material into something very simple and easy for you to understand. I'll take a minute to share the difference between different AI models and where Notebook LM fits in, right? When you look at Gemini, OpenAI, or Claude, that uses data from the internet. That could be Wikipedia, Science Journal, but also uses a lot of data from Reddit and personalized blogs. Notebook LM, on the other hand, has zero hallucination. What I mean by that, it only trains on the resources which you upload. So if you're doing, if you're a professor at a university, maybe you're teaching PhD students, You could upload your own notes, own documents in here, and then have a conversation with your own notes and your own documents. Okay, that's the key difference. Everything is cited, and everything is only based on what you upload on Notebook LM. Let's skip through a couple of these stats, but 96% of the Forbes next 500 billion companies have started to use Google Workspace in their education. And learning is central to everything we do at Google. Now, this is the problem statement for today's session. Because of AI, there has been an information overload, especially if you are in university and you are doing research. I completely understand how many academic papers are published, how many books and resources we have, and that constant input. Now, it could just not of these just papers, but even the secondary inputs like emails, messages, all of that creates information overload. That leads to a decision fatigue in terms of, okay, what are the papers I need to include in my final thesis or my final report as a student, and that causes a loss of focus. Now, taking this problem statement, how can AI help? There is a book uh, by the name called Building a Second Brain. It's written by author Tiago Forte, and it's a very theoretical book on how do you use your digital workspace. It could be your laptop, it could be a Google Drive, as a thinking partner, as a second brain. Okay. Where I've taken today's session is how can we use Notebook LM as a thinking partner and use it as a second brain. Okay, so moving from a generalized AI to a personalized AI, removing hallucination into source grounded responses, and then converting your content, maybe as a university professor, converting your curriculum, your coursework into a curriculum aligned material, which could be a 24-hour tutor. I'm confident that most of us have used Notebook LM at some point in the last 2 years, but you can upload any kind of document, be it a Google Docs, slides, videos, PDF, copied text, markdown files, URLs, audios, and convert them into different output formats. I'll share a screen. So this is a paper which was published yesterday in the scientific reports. It's called the mind model of microlearning. It's almost a 15-page report on different models. So we all know about the TPAC model, the ADA model, but this is a new model which talks about microlearning, which is AI integrated into instructional design. Now, I didn't have time to go through the whole paper, so I then uploaded this paper into Notebook LM. What I could
Murtaza, I can't hear you. Sorry. Can you? I lost the audio with you. Can you hear me? Yes, but I can't hear you. Let me check. Just give me a second. Can you confirm? Okay. Can you try now? No. Just give me a second. I'll try to fix this. Let's see. Yes, now I can hear you.
with Notebook LM.
I was able to hear you, Murtaza, for a bit. Can you talk again, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I
Yes, we can hear you, Murtaza.
copy a link for the audience to have a look at. There isn't a chat bot. I'll share this QR code if someone wants to have a look at this notebook. I'll keep it on the screen for a minute. But what I could do with this notebook is then create an infographic, a slide deck, completely editable, create a blog post about the article. Again, can be downloaded and in a Google Doc and edited. Six months ago, creating infographics used to come up with a lot of spelling errors and information error, and that's gone better with time. It also creates an explainer video. Now, how does this change the way we teach in university? Prior to the AI era, we would give our students an assignment to do research on. They would do research, get the citation, and submit it. Today, with the help of deep research, it's very difficult to find out the academic integrity of how the students have actually done the research. I was talking to a professor at one of the university who teaches the Master of Education student, and she has flipped the way she assesses the students. So she still provides the students with a topic where students go back and do research. But rather than just getting a text submission of their final report, she then asks them to come on stage for 3 to 4 minutes and present their big idea and ask a few questions. And that's included in the assessment of the student. That way, a student could always be using AI for her work, but as long as he or she understands the deep ideas and the overall assessment, that's where it gets you marked on. That's a good question. Akza, yes, all the features of Notebook LM are free to use for universities. You also have a paid version for universities. So the difference is from the free version, you can upload up to 50 different sources. On your left-hand side, can you see there's one source which I uploaded? You can upload 50 different sources. On the paid version, you can upload up to 100 different sources. On the free version, you can use up to 50 generated content. So, sorry, 100 generated content. On the free version, on the paid version, you can generate up to 500 different content. So yes, the use case in terms of the free and the paid changes in terms of how much you use, but the features do remain the same. I'm not sure if anyone of you has used Google Classroom in university. So Google Classroom is an LMS which is widely being used in education, and all the Gemini and Notebook LM features are actually inbuilt in Google Classroom. Now, how is this useful? I could be teaching a topic, say, let's go and create a topic on say, plants. If I add the topic there, I could then create an assignment based on Notebook LM, right? Let me create a new topic. I'll choose this classwork with no topic, choose this one. Now, any resources which I want the students to use, it could be case studies, it could be their work. I've then uploaded, it automatically picks it up from my classroom and uploads that to my notebook LM. Now I could say research on plants, and then I could create a mind map for my students and create a report as a study guide. Now this document can then be shared with the students. And maybe after they have used that notebook LM, I want them to create a 60-second video explaining their work as well as a research document. This can then be shared with the students. Now, on the top here, you'll see research on plants. It's attached to the research on plants, and you can see it's opened by 0 students. As a professor, you'll be able to see how your students open up that document. But if I open this document as a student, I will not be able to change the sources which my professor has uploaded. So you can upload your curriculum material up there, and then students are restricted to that particular curriculum material to do their research work and then upload it there. And you as a professor can see whether the student has opened up that notebook LM or Gemini. I'll do one more example, but this time I'll do it from Gemini. Say you're teaching about negotiation skills at a university level, and it's a very difficult topic to teach with AI because it's based on soft skills. So I've created a custom gem where it starts with I'm an AI mentor, personalizes the learning for me, where it asks me my level of negotiation, my name, and my background. Gives me 3 scenarios to pick up with: a product launch, a salary research package, and then gives me, hi, Dr. Rashmi, you're the CEO of this. This is the product. This is the price for the license. You are role playing with Mr. Vance, and that's your role play. As soon as I give my opening move, it gives me a second content, but it also then starts giving me feedback on how I have actually done my negotiation. Okay. It gives me a hint that you have anchored it too high, so how can you use more open-ended questions to gain information? This was all done by creating a custom gem in Gemini. The difference is this here you can also upload your knowledge base. Once you've done that, you can attach this custom gem back into your classwork assignment here. So you could create and you attach a custom gem version of this. So that's a use case in terms of your content as case studies to then allow the students to use that case study example, have a conversation with AI, but then come up with their own reasoning and reflection answers. Google has something called as a paths framework. I will skip this because there are a lot of frameworks which we already know and how important prompt engineering is in education. Just one quick tip: if you go into gems and you create a new gem, in fact, if you write, let's say, PhD on cybersecurity, second year of cybersecurity course. Can you see there's a pen icon at the bottom which says use Gemini to rewrite instructions? It will then start rewriting the whole prompt with the prompt engineering framework. It might need a little more explanation, but it will write the complete prompt for you, and then you can edit that prompt and then share it with the students. The whole idea is to reduce the work of the teacher or the professor while teaching the course. The second use case is deep research. So both in Gemini as well as Notebook LM has an option to do deep research. So when I did a research on plants, it by default picked up fast research. But when you click on deep research, it takes a little more time in terms of thinking, but gives you more in detail answers on the documents which you uploaded. On the free criteria, you can do up to 5 deep research, but on the paid one, you can do up to 50 deep researches, and that resets every month. Just a summary on the Notebook LM tools. You can upload your own sources, which will remove any hallucination and make your research or your curriculum aligned to the course which you're teaching. Try to be as specific and targeted in your questions. Okay, Notebook LM allows you to check for citations and mark citations, and you can download all of the notes, chats, and documents which it generates on your device and use it in your classroom. How does Google help education? The whole idea is to reduce the number of technology tools we use to then save time and reduce the cognitive load both on the educators as well as the students. So Google Education Workspace has Gemini inbuilt on it. Notebook LM is a one-stop stop as a thinking partner, and Classroom has both Gemini and Notebook inbuilt in it. Chromebooks are used as devices which again are AI enabled by Google. Just to reiterate, Gemini is the foundation model that's being trained. LearnLM is being trained on pedagogy principles, academic grounding, and STEM reasoning, which are then incorporated in all the products. What's next in AI and education? These are some of the upcoming projects which are being launched next year. Google Beam is one of them, where you have a 3D avatar in front of you. So just like we are right now on Zoom, you would be able to communicate and talk to a 3D avatar right from your desktop. Okay. Sorry, I missed out the questions. Notebook LM can be integrated with other LMS. At this point, Gemini is being integrated with Canvas and Schoology. Notebook LM hasn't been integrated yet, but what it would look like is something like this. This is called Learn Your Way. Let's say you're teaching about an overview of economic system. This is more at a K-12 level, but just to give you an idea, you upload your PDF source, it will pick out the essence from the chapter, show the learning objectives, slides and narration, audio lesson, and mind map. Okay. So Learn Your Way is an experimental tool which is based out of Notebook LM. And the way I look at it is, when I was in university, the only takeaway for me was the textbook and the notes which I'd scribbled. Now the kids and students have different modalities of takeaways, right from a podcast, mind map, and video views. Is there a different access for students and teachers? No, I think the access remains the same for Notebook LM and Gemini. The difference is if you use it in Google Classroom, as a teacher, you upload your material, and when that is shared to the student, it becomes a read-only file. So they're not messing around with the source documents, but they are only able to use the source documents to then have the conversation with AI. And as a teacher, you can see analytics in terms of how many students have opened up your notebook for their work. I do want to end on a good news. Sorry. there is a 12-month access for universities as well as students in the UAE. So go on to Gemini AI Pro, enter your university ID, and you will get access to Gemini for 12 months, the pro version of it. So make sure you utilize that before that. Can show what teachers will see. Okay. Make sure you get that offer before it ends on the 31st of December. So Gemini AI Pro is available under the patronage of His Highness, is available for all university students and professors in UAE for free for 12 months. I'm short on time, so I might not be able to show you what the teachers might see, but just a quick overview over here, where you see the notebook or the gem attached. You can see it's opened by 0 students. So here you'll be able to see which other students have opened up the document, who have not opened up the document. And on the admin console, you will be able to see the logs of that. It does not show you the chats, but just the logs in terms of how many times Gemini has been utilized by the student and for what purpose. That's all from my side. Thank you for your time today. I hope I covered it in the 30 minutes. I'm here still available for 5 minutes if there are any more questions.
Thank you, Murtaza, for this very informative session. And as he said, if you have further questions, please type them in the Q&A box. And we have some time, around 10 minutes, maybe less, a little less. So if you guys have more questions, please feel free to type them. I'll also ask you one last thing, because you mentioned that we have until December 31st. So for the Gemini, that is 2025, correct?
Yes.
Not from the
You have to get the AI Pro version before that, and then from the day you access that, you get 12 months from it.
Yes.
We also offer customized training for. Okay, let me try to show the website link since we have time.
And while you're demonstrating this, someone asked, how can they access the Pro version? Maybe you could. So for those of you in the meeting, remember that you have until the 31st of December to sign up. And then once you sign up, you have 12 months license. Okay.
So you need to go to to take advantage of your offer. So it's called gemini.google/students. And if you go on the top left-hand side, take advantage of the offer, enter your university ID, you'll be able to then get access to Gemini Pro. Okay. Make sure you do not have an existing Gemini Pro subscription, otherwise it will not allow you to access this offer. Also, there is Gemini Pro University student course, which is recently launched. So there's a new course which is launched, which is called Gemini Certification for Students. This is completely free, which will give our students in-depth understanding of how to use Gemini and Notebook LM, along with the certification from Google.
So thank you again, Mr. Murtaza Senawala from Marasis, for this informative session. I would like to share my screen to show the attendees the exit code which they should be collecting to get the certificate. I think there's one more question. I'll share my screen and then perhaps just
Okay,
give me.
that's okay. I will type it in the chat and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Sure. Let me do one thing as well.
Unfortunately, there is not one site for certification. So if you want Google Cloud certification, you need to go to the Google Cloud. If you want Google Workspace certification, you need to go to Grow with Google. And if you're looking for AI certification, you need to go to Google Skills Boost. But there is one place for the Learning Center. I will type it in the chat. It's called learning.google. And
Another attendee asked if they should use their university ID email for the pro version. I assume.
yes, so the way the process works is you use your university ID for your validation of the pro account. Needs to be a valid it does a share ID verification, but the access is then given to your own ID. So your own personal ID gets access to the Gemini Pro for 12 months. So yes, enter your university ID for verification, but the access is not given on the university ID because that's a university account. The access for Gemini Pro is then given on your personal ID itself.
So I guess this concludes this session. Thank you again for your time. Thank you, Murtaza, for this informative session. I'm sure most of us will go and sign up today before losing our chance, since it's a short time till the end of this year. And this is the exit code. Keep the code with you. Take a screenshot or write it somewhere so that you can claim your certificate once you collect 4 or more. We'll just wait for next session to start.
Thank you.
Thank you, Murtaza. Hi, Eric. I just wanted to check if your microphone works in the
Yeah.
volume.
Does it
Yeah,
work? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Perfect.
I'll just introduce you when when the time comes.
Thank you very much. How are you going?
Good, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well. It's quite cold in London today, and
Is it?
just the heating's not working, so I'm just
Oh,
trying to stay warm.
you need to layer some. Yes. Okay, so uh, our next session will be presented by Eric Kalis. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Thank you. Of Cadmus, it will be about the detection to design, rethinking assessment workflows to cultivate authentic student authorship in the age of AI. It's a pleasure to welcome him to our summit community. And the floor is yours. The attendees may type questions in the Q&A box and we can address them towards the end of your presentation. There will also be a code that I'll share at the end of this presentation where they need to collect. So the floor is yours and you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll share a screen and run us through a bit of a presentation, and then try and leave some time at the end for Q&A as we go through. So, hi everyone. My name's Herc. I'm the original founder of Cadmus. We've put a presentation together here just on our work around academic integrity and how it's navigated through the world of AI and generative AI as it's come through. So I'll cover three things in this talk today. The first will just be our approach to academic integrity and securing the future of assessment with generative AI. Obviously, this has been a big theme for a lot of institutions over the last probably 2 or 3 years now. The second piece is I've just talked about our partnership with Zayed University and what we've done in the region together and highlight some of the learnings. And then the third piece is I'll share with everyone what the most forward-thinking universities are doing to address challenges in AI and also assessment. And so we've ran a really big TNL conference, a teaching and learning forum earlier this month in Australia with all the institutions and just sharing some of that information back to the group. It was a fabulous few days. So without further ado, I'll give you a little bit of introduction, a little bit of background to Cadmus. So holistically, it's an end-to-end assessment tool. It's been designed with some of the world's leading universities using pedagogy first to build best practice assessment design. And what that really means is it's a place for teachers to design really high quality supported assessments. Students work in the same environment, and then we use analytics to nudge students proactively in the right direction. And we also look to assure that learning has taken place. So it's a big platform that end-to-end scaffolds and supports all the experiences along the way as part of it. And we can go into a bit more detail if we need to towards the end. So in terms of the journey, we started 10 plus years ago. Originally, I'll tell you the story actually. We did a big research collaboration with the University of Melbourne in Australia. So for those that don't know, the University of Melbourne, top 40 institution, #1 university in Australia, top 40 globally. And we worked together to solve big challenges around teaching, learning, and assessment. The biggest one at the time was around academic integrity. And it was really about how do we actually support students through their learning and how do we make sure that students are doing the right thing in assessment, not how do we set up assessments to catch students cheating or how do we optimize for more detection. And at the time, there was a big contract cheating scandal that took place in Australia, contract cheating being an issue where students outsource work to third parties and then submit as their own, and Turnitin wasn't able to detect this because it looked like it had been authentically created work, just not by the student. And so we built a tool with them that was able to eventually reduce cheating rates by up to 90%. So we'll take you through some examples today. We've got some great sector investors here, ASU, Emerge Education, for those that may know, probably the preeminent education venture capital fund in the UK and in Europe. And then we work with 70% of all the Australian institutions. We work with a large group of Russell Group institutions in the UK, universities in the Middle East, universities in the US, Canada, Asia, New Zealand. So we've grown quite a lot since we originally started. So in terms of taking you through this presentation, we'll start here, but the future of academic integrity. So I think the big thing to note is that it's no longer sufficient or satisfactory to focus on detection as a method for solving academic integrity, especially with AI. I think for the longest time, and we have Turnitin to thank for this in many ways, that with plagiarism detection, it was very straightforward and easy to use it as a plug-in at the end of assessment to be able to say, okay, did you design this assessment? Did you complete this assessment yourself? We can see that you pulled it in from other sources. Maybe it's the internet, maybe it's from other students' assessment tasks. That no longer is a valid way to do things because, as we've seen, the plagiarism rates have nosedived and the issues surrounding academic integrity with generative AI have increased. And things like AI classifiers and detectors don't work because students are now using AI in so many of the things that they're doing. And so a spell checker now has AI in it, and potentially the whole assessment has been spell checked with AI. So it now flags up that way. So it requires us to rethink this problem around how do we embed and how do we think about integrity within assessment. And so what we need to think about is how does a holistic solution support a student every step along the way and set them up for success. And so it's putting student learning at the heart of the conversation, not integrity, but making sure that that's part of a solution within this environment. So we do this by meeting the educator and the student where they're at every step along the journey. This might look at designing really clear and scaffolded instructions. It might mean providing insights and visibility to progress. And more so, it might be around how do we identify students who are falling behind and proactively get them back on track. So if we can nudge them before things go too far down the line, then we can actually save this from becoming an academic misconduct issue. And so how do we provide the validation then at the end that learning has taken place, and how do we actually prove that a student has gone through a learning process? So that's the big focus. And so in terms of what the student and the educator experience look like and what they're focused on, from the student side of things, it practically means supporting them through the learning process. And that means how can they go forward and complete assessments? And this is the biggest insight. The biggest driver of misconduct is not actually the biggest driver of misconduct is that students actually don't feel supported in their learning. That is what causes most of the cheating issues to actually take place. If you support students through the learning journey, then you can actually help them to get to the right outcome. And when we solve that one problem, we end up solving 90% of the misconduct issues that come about. So this is not about how do we set up assessments to catch students cheating. This is about how do we help students understand what it is they need to do to be successful in their learning. And if we solve that clear problem, then we actually get to the right outcomes. And so in here, it's clear instructions, it's clear expectations, it's guidance to university resources, it's helping students understand the rules. And I'll show you some institutions who have done a really great job of this as we go through. It's educative nudges to help students reflect, to make better choices. It's not just highlighting to them that they're going to get caught for misconduct. And then it's introducing things like Vivas and other pieces to strengthen the misconduct. And I'll show you a little bit about what institutions have done in that space as well. On the educator side, the big thing here is, and we hear this a lot, it's how do we bridge an assessment literacy gap for educators to help them design fair, inclusive assessments that also streamline the administrative workload of assessments. And so that is the real focus, whether we use APIs, integrations, AI, marking tools, moderation. The tools that we use and build in have to be a process and they have to be a platform. We can't have point solutions to this because the workload ends up becoming too large. So for us, it's really focused on how do we make assessment design really easy? How do we use templates to streamline that process? How do we make sure that those are covering all the disciplines, but then also how do we reduce the workload associated with all of these things to provide greater fairness and quality in the assessment? And so we work very closely with our academics community to do this. And we'll show you an example with Zayed, but for us, it's the outcomes are what are critical here. So How do we reduce the misconduct cases? We've done that between 50 and 90%. How do we increase the student satisfaction rate? We've pushed that above 90%. And then how do we reduce the workload for staff? We've done that by up to 50%. So these are the big things that we've focused on as part of that process. And we'll use Zayed as an example here to just show you the work we've done together. So in terms of the institution, I think most people are probably familiar, but focused on the Middle East specifically. From the outset, it was how do we transform assessment? We know AI is a big threat. How do we make sure we have not just integrity and authenticity, but how do we also focus on employability, and how do we make sure that we provide the best outcomes? So the challenge here is how do we integrate assessment and feedback to build real world skills? So the outcome here is how do we produce the best possible graduates? That's the focus. How do we assure integrity at scale? For Zayed, they did do a very big market scan. They looked at what was out there. They sort of really thought, well, the current solutions are not providing what we might want. And these are traditional solutions that have been around for 20, 30 years. And then finally, how do we improve the experience for educators and students? Whatever we do has to actually be additive in that way. And so we partnered up, the idea being how do we actually drive a new benchmark in the region around assessment, around innovation, around teaching and learning. So originally, that was the big focus, and we worked with Christina Githecki at the time and Michael Pazinis here. But to Michael's point, this was about bringing the full process into one environment to better connect design, delivery, and feedback, and ensure consistency and integrity across the institution. So importantly, it's the enablement of using evidence to understand learning more deeply that then helps to make decisions that genuinely enhance the student experience as the critical focus. So that's the way we actually want to be able to use learning. That's the way we want to be able to use data and evidence. And to Michael and the CEI, it's an absolute testament to them to put the student experience at the heart of what they do and to really drive that. And we can do that within any initiatives, whether it be academic integrity or the like. So in terms of the outcomes that are here, we did a proof of concept, I think, earlier in the year. And then off the back of that, we started rolling out in semester one. This number here in the bottom left-hand corner, it's a huge number. I think it's 425 assessments have been created so far this semester. And so it's a massive number across some 300 modules. So they've really scaled up very, very quickly. The student experience is at 94.8% positive. That's a very, very high number. And that's students' experience during assessment tasks. Our average is around 90%. So to be at 94.8% is a very, very high number. Educator experience at 100% positive in terms of their usage of the tool. So with that many academics in that shorter time frame to get that level of outcome is a real testament to the team we've been working with at Zayed. So Michael's team, Emily Waffer, an incredible partnership there, but just amazing onboarding and support from that team to help roll out with the academics. From our side, we work very closely with all academics and all institutions to sit at the elbow to support the redesign of assessment, to help academics, to help with the onboarding. We'll run workshops, we run webinars, we do one-to-ones, whatever's required. 60% of educators saw a reduction in misconduct. So this is one of the big things that we want to focus on. Can we actually drive reductions so that students are actually showing that they're learning? That should be our North Star here. If we're trying to make sure students are learning, then we should have all these other benefits that come off the back of it. Where there are misconduct cases, then the evidence is there. And so it's being able to provide that on the back end, and we can sort of talk to a little bit what that looks like. And then finally, the last piece here is within Cadmus, students are working, and then there's a whole lot of analytics that identify students that are struggling to get started, students that are struggling with their assessment. And so if we can nudge those students, how do we get them to then succeed in the assessment? We know from our data that when we nudge a student in Cadmus, we can get 80% of the students who have done nothing on the assessment, they haven't even viewed it, to go on to pass the assessment. And so it's a really big way to shift the outcomes from a progression perspective. And so it's not just around academic integrity, it's actually around progression. How do we get students to progress? How do we get students to graduate? How do we get students to not drop out? So Lara Kuzami here, this is the only tool where we can see exactly how students have worked. It's nice to see the analytics, and obviously it's very easy to use. Now there's a case study here. You can use the QR code. You can download this. But yeah, welcome to ask questions as well. We can dive into those in the Q&A session. third part of this session, so innovating assessment policy, practice, and AI. So last, and I think we have it here, earlier this month, late last month, we ran a big T&L forum with the University of Melbourne in Australia. So we had 4 or 5 big sessions, panel discussions, presentations, breakout tables, breakout groups. And so around 200 educators came together. Thought leaders exploring AI, obviously a big theme, integrity, pedagogical alignment. And so every institution that was there got up and presented on what their institution was doing with respect to key challenges around teaching, learning, and assessment. It was interesting to see where the thematics were. And so policy being a big piece, how do we actually align top-down institutional policy? How do we make sure the pedagogy is really, really sound? And then how do we think about technology as a way to support and bring all this together? So a few key takeaways that are here. We can't actually enforce integrity after the fact. Secure assessment was a really big theme across the T&L forum. Authentic assessment design, real-time student insight, scalable reform across the institution. There are a few key themes. So we'll dive into 3 sessions that we have here. Before we do, I'll just highlight these thematics here. And so what I think is important to note is we work with institutions globally, but it's usually Australia that leads the way in terms of innovation in teaching, learning, and assessment. They're the quickest to adopt tools. They're the quickest to try things out. And they have a very, very strong regulator, which I think differentiates them significantly from other leading global education markets and sectors. And so part 1 here, from fear to strategy. Obviously, we've had a long time to deal or to accept that AI is here to stay. Obviously, it trickles down differently into different institutions, and there's different levels of understanding. I know we have some very forward-thinking academics in a lot of our institutions, and chatting with colleagues yesterday at one of our institutions in the UK at LSE, they've got people that are trying to innovate in wonderful different ways. And so how do we actually move from panic and misuse to how do we actually use AI to enhance learning? And we'll talk a little bit about that through some of the sessions that are here. Policy to practice. So Texas, the regulator in Australia, and about 18 months ago, Texas pushed forward a big directive to say we need every institution to respond on how they're going to approach generative AI within their teaching, their learning, and their assessment. And so every institution was asked to respond to Texas' request, and subsequently Texas published guidance notes, and now everyone has to respond to Texas in terms of not only what they're thinking of doing, but then how they're implementing those changes. And so it's really driven a lot of change across all the institutions. Secure assessment has become a massive focus for all those institutions. And I have to say it's a very positive thing from the regulator to do, because the threat around generative AI to the quality of the degrees and the quality of the students that are being graduated is existential in many ways. And so to ignore it and to allow everything to continue on as it was really risks the reputation of the sector. And so they've identified that in Australia as the key threat, and they've forced institutions to come together very, very quickly and provide solutions that will have to be adopted at scale. Design-led assessment. So we'll focus a little bit about what institutions are doing here, but a big focus for a lot of institutions is how do we actually fix the assessment design? We know that the original assessments we've been using for the last 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 years are probably no longer fit for purpose. And if we put those assessments through a generative AI tool, we'll probably get some very similar responses at a quality and a level that would not actually otherwise be expected or possible previously. AI literacy and authenticity. So how do we make sure students are using AI responsibly? How do we design tasks that require real or higher order thinking and real world skills? And so the idea here is we don't want to just shift all our assessments into examinations that assess for one type of assessment. And so again, we'll show some examples around this. So 3 presentations here. I'm going to quickly take you through. I've abridged these so the full slides aren't here. It's a few slides, but at the end, there'll be a QR code where you can download every presentation. You can also download the takeaways and a full guide on this. But Jeffrey Brand, Deputy Provost Education, Bond University; Gregor Kennedy, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, University of Melbourne; Kate Till, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Education, University of Notre Dame. 3 examples. So This is Bond University. This is Jeffrey Brand. And for them, over the last 12 to 24 months, there's been a big focus on assessment reform. And so the goal for this, and I really love this problem statement, is to update all assessments to enhance quality learning experiences that guide students' use of AI, assure learning, protect assessment integrity, while helping academics manage their workload by streamlining assessments and management. So I think as a problem statement, this really has a lot of resonance for many of our institutions, but it really talks to the fact that we need to help students' use of AI and make sure they can actually do that properly. We need to assure the learning that takes place. We need to make sure the integrity is there, but we need to consider this but we need to do this in a way that's considerate to the workload of academics through the working of the assessment, through the marking process. And so everything is about how do you do things at higher quality, at higher scale, at lower cost. And so that really speaks to that. Now, this is what they've set up in terms of their categories for assessments and how they're communicating this. This should be somewhat familiar to some folks, but it's really this three-tiered approach. Do we have AI prohibited? Do we have AI supported? Do we have AI as the focus of the assessment? So with each assessment task, this is a category that's attached. It's a logo so the students can see the logo. And in here, they'll say, okay, AI prohibited, this is about learning to develop AI-free knowledge and skills. This might be the idea of starting with a blank page and having to really fire up the neurons in your brain. It may be AI supported, which is learning with the help of AI as directed. And this is where we want to integrate it in as part of the process. And then it might be AI focused. And so how do we make this the focus of what you need to do? And how do we actually help you to become a master in this process? So these categories are here. Jeff goes into a lot more detail in his presentation, but really what I think is valuable here is how do you actually use these as a way to signpost to students exactly what the requirements are so they understand where you're standing at from a academic or a generative AI perspective. In terms of their process and what they're focused on, it's really how do they bring the community along. To give you some context on Bond University, they're about a 5,000, 6,000 student institution. So quite a tight knit group, staff and student town halls where they've brought everyone together, faculty briefings, so going faculty by faculty and talking, focusing on the student and the staff benefits throughout, addressing and understanding that there is a rapidly changing environment and it's uncertain. So, hey, this is our view today, but this might change into the future. But here's what we know today as our best level of practice. And then making sure that the institution is set up for success going forward and that the value of the degrees are there and secure. And so these are the big pieces here. There's a whole lot of work that's done here in the bubbles around learning outcome, around workplace changes, focusing on accreditation, Gen AI categories, Cadmus, academic integrity modules for students, rubrics and task sheets, and updating these sorts of things. So in terms of Cadmus specifically with Bond, we worked with them through 23, 24. We did some trials. We started rolling out in 2025. And then University Council signed up to say, accredited to say all suitable undergraduate assessments need to be in Cadmus by 2026 as part of our policy. And so for them, the focus and the purpose is using Cadmus as a way to support assessment design and to guide student learning whilst providing robust analytics that improve the assessment integrity. So that's the implementation focus, that's the view. Student and staff comments here very positive in terms of learning focused, easy, elegant, and insightful. If it's not easy for staff to use, then it's really difficult to get the rollout to happen as part of that in there. So there's a case study available, there's information available. You can go read a bit more about that later. Gregor Kennedy, University of Melbourne, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, securing assessment in a changing higher education landscape. So I'll only show you a few slides from here, but for them, with respect to AI, there's 5 big focus areas. It's 1, how do staff use AI as a curriculum design tool? 2, how do staff and students use AI as a teaching and learning tool? 3, how can staff use AI as a feedback tool for students? 4, how can students use AI as a self-directed study tool? And 5, how do we secure summative assessment? And so these are interconnected, and there's a graphic down here in the bottom right-hand corner where there's a Venn diagram of how all these pieces mesh. But at a very high level, these are the big 5 focus areas. Now, the focus on secure assessment, which is the bottom one of these, is how do we actually categorize secure assessment? And from a regulator perspective, the regulator would like to see securing assessment either in at a unit level or a program level. So talking programmatic assessment or talking unit level security. Or there's a third level here, which is a combination of the unit and the program to support. So there's almost 3 lanes of this component that come in. And so different institutions spoke about different lanes, but in terms of what secure assessment types look like, it's an observed exam or a test, it's an interactive oral assessment, it's a performance-based assessment, or it's an observed internship or placement. So these are the versions that are being categorized as secure back to the regulator to say, hey, these are our secure assessment types versus our unsecured assessment types. In terms of the academy, the institution, and what this looks like, invigilated examinations. So that's the knee-jerk reaction for most of this. It's, well, we can't assure that the students are doing the work anymore, so we need to put them into an exam hall and observe them doing an assessment. And off the back of that, we can prove that the assessment's secured. Now, how do we stop that from being the primary focus of all the assessment tasks or the way we start assessing students? Because if students optimize for this hidden curriculum that is assessment, and we make the exam the full weighting of this piece, then we know students are going to learn one way and one type of assessment. It might be low order thinking, fact recall, rote learnt tasks. And so how do we avoid the knee-jerk reaction, and how do we think about nesting assessments so we scaffold them through? We provide multiple versions of them. We iterate them. How do we add Cadmus on top of that as a way to provide greater levels of security? How do we think about interactive orals? How do we add interactive orals to essays? How do we add Cadmus on top of that? One of the big pieces of work we're collaborating with the University of Melbourne on is how do we have a long form piece of assessment with Cadmus that automatically triggers an interactive oral inside of Cadmus? And so it's the ability to have the long form assessment. Cadmus then institutes an oral or a Viva off the end of it, in which the system asks the student 3 questions. It records the answers to those questions, but the questions are based on the work the student has submitted. And so pedagogically, we know the value of getting a student to come in and do an oral or a Viva. The cost is obviously how expensive it is to bring every single student in for every single assessment and have a conversation with them to say, hey, you mentioned here the phase change around iron at a molecular level in this advanced materials subject. Why don't you explain to us what's actually happening at a molecular level? Well, you can do that with 20 students or 50 students, but it's very hard to do that with 2,000 students across all their assessments, all their subjects, all their modules. So it's how do we actually do this at scale? And this is the big challenge. So University of Melbourne, 70,000 students, huge institution, 12, 13, 14,000 staff. And on top of this, with invigilated examinations, they also run 170,000 examination sittings a year, and they do that in a big building. So if you're interested, Patrick Stoddard, Associate Director of Learning Systems at the University of Melbourne, also presented at this conference, and he talked about how they've gone about digitally transforming the institution from an assessment and examination perspective, specifically with respect to summative end of semester assessments. So that's also there to view. Last presentation here, Kate Till, Pro Vice Chancellor of Education, University of Notre Dame. For a bit of context, about a 10,000 student institution, a offshoot of the original University of Notre Dame in the US. It's there, but really focused on student experience. And so the rollout for them, specifically with respect to Cadmus, Kate presented on what they've done with respect to looking at online assessment and providing additional layers of security while supporting student engagement and learning. And so the focus in here was a pilot in 2024. They ran 9 courses in the Bachelor of Nursing. In 2025 semester 1, we rolled out with 45 courses focused on first year gateway. So the big first year subjects that all students have to take as core, whilst also focusing on at-risk courses as well. And then in semester 2, 2025, so for context, Australia runs academic year as the same as calendar year. So semester 1 starts in sort of February, March, semester 2 starts in August. July, August finishes in December. So we're in the midst of semester 2 at the moment. 162 courses, first year at risk plus opt-in courses. So across this year, first year of rollout, it's been over 200 courses. So a fantastic achievement in terms of rolling out, getting a lot of adoption, getting a lot of support. And then next year, they'll roll into full implementation across the institution. Big focus for the institution on implementation of Cadmus is around academic integrity. So a big focus of a big component of the institution's courses are around nursing, midwifery, health sciences. So high risk if students are graduating without the requisite skills and then they go into the workforce as nurses and they actually can't do the job that we validated that they can do as an institution. And so in here, what Kate was kind enough to share was just the academic integrity rates that were across the institution, reported breaches, cohort size, minor breaches, and then first level misconduct. And so pre-Cadmus semester 1, 2024, 110 breaches in nursing, NURS 1037. First semester with Cadmus 2025, same cohort or similar cohort, 49 students, so 110 down to 49. Semester 2, 41 students detected, and then down to 9 in the second semester of 25. So huge reductions there. If you look at the first level misconduct over here, 80 level first misconduct down to 10, 20 down to 9. So more than 80 down to 10, a huge reduction there, and 110 down to 49, more than a 60% reduction there. Core 1,112 cases identified semester 1, 2024, down to 31, 4 down to 2 in semester 2, 41 down to 8 in terms of first level misconduct. And then health 1150, 110 down to 59, 0 to 0, 80 down to 10. So big focus here is reduction in the breaches relative to the previous semester and making sure those numbers are trending downwards as part of that process. 3 examples that Kate gave in terms of different assessment types. I won't go into these in a great deal of detail, but how do we build a scaffolded assessment? How do we scaffold the development of the essay plan with AI collaboration? How do we focus on students building the right skills? So AI here was used to assist in the planning of the essay. Students prepared a video defense of which AI contributions will be adopted, its relevance and reliability, and then also focusing on how we actually uplift this as part of the process as well. The second pillar here was around Cadmus and short responses. So 4 courses for all students around Foundation of Wisdom, 3 long essays to 9 short written responses. So we've changed the assessment design here to actually make it a little bit more learning centered. Each student writes a short timed response at the end of each of their tutorials. And so what this contributes to is looking at the overall grade, but also making sure that students are coming along on the journey for the assessment, and that we understand that they're also coming along with the course content and they actually understand what's happening. So if we can see who's submitting at the end of each of the assessments or each of the tutorials, I should say, we know who's actually participating and who's coming along. It helps from a retention perspective and an engagement perspective. The last one here is a case study examination. So this was done with a lockdown browser, randomized questions, randomized case studies, and focusing really here on how do we promote more authentic assessment within the context of this assessment type. And so scaffolding the exam environment, potentially having a component of the exam happen prior to the exam time itself. So in Cadmus, you can release multiple versions of an assessment where you can say to a student, hey, come in a week earlier, here is some work to prepare yourself so that when you get into the exam, you'll have all your pre-prepared materials. And so you can do that alongside having a very traditional lockdown browser come in, see the exam, multiple questions, different question types as part of that as well. So this is the key takeaways document. It summarizes a lot of the information in each of the sessions that are in there. There's recordings for each session, and there's a full article write-up. This is the QR code here to download the forum report, so you can download that, and then you'll get access to all those parts of it as well. Happy to stop there. I know we're pretty much at time, and take any Q&A as part of the process. But thank you everyone for coming along and listening.
So thank you, Herc, again for your very interesting presentation. If you guys have questions, please type them in the Q&A box, and we'll be more than glad to answer you. We have a couple of minutes. Are there any questions? Let me just check the app also. So I think your session was so informative. They don't need to ask questions because everything is clear. I'd like to thank you, Herc, for this insightful presentation. And thank you for your time again, and thanks for those who attended. I will also share a code, the exit code for those who attended, because they need to collect codes to obtain the certificate. The code is DETECT. Just take a screenshot or write it somewhere, and then You can use it as you compile your codes to receive your certificate of attendance for the summit.
Perfect.
Let's see if can my screen. Just give me a second. I think there is something. Yes, the code. The code is detect, DETECT. It's. I think you should be able to see it on the screen.
Yes.
Yes. So this is the code. Again, thank you, Herc, for your presentation. I'm sorry
Thank
it's
you very
cold
much.
where you are. Please send some coldness towards.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Bye, bye, bye.
Bye. Sure, Andrea. Again, it's the word detect, DETECT. Thanks again. Mhm. Thomas, can you check your microphone, please, before we proceed?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I can hear you, Jeff. Yeah. And can you hear me as well?
Yes, I can hear both you and Jeff. Thank
Okay,
you.
wonderful. Wonderful.
Okay,
Thank-
so let me just introduce you guys since the time has come. Now, this session, Beyond the Degree, Redesigning Professional Readiness in an AI Distributed Economy by Thomas Steele Mali and Jeff Angle will start now from ISACA. And then if you have questions, please write them in the Q&A box. We'll address them towards the end of the session. Also, at the end of the session, I'll be sharing an exit code that you need to collect in order to get your certificate. I'll leave the microphone to you guys, Thomas and Jeff, please. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you to all who might watch this after the actual fact. Oop, I'm not able to progress here. Just a second. Yep, gonna stop
Way too
sharing.
early in the presentation to have issues.
That's right. That's right. Let's just do this real quick. We'll go with the PDF instead. Okay. Great. Jeff, can you see the screen?
I can.
Okay, great, great. So, yeah, hand it over to you, Jeff, real quick.
Yeah, Jeff Angle. I head up ISACA's academic partnerships globally.
Great. And I'm Thomas Steele Maley. I'm a senior advisor for strategic initiatives globally. And
Yeah, I'll tell everybody a little bit about ISACA. So we are a professional credentialing organization. We focus on the domains of governance, risk, compliance, audit in the IT space, as well as cybersecurity, the audit of AI and AI itself. And we're also an association. So we have, 190,000 members right now. They're organized by chapters around the world. We've issued obviously hundreds of thousands of certifications and credentials. And today we partner with about 400 universities across the globe. So the one thing I wanted to call out here is the association and the membership side, the 190 members. And what sets us apart as an organization and our credentials being globally recognized is everything, all the credentials we build are to validate knowledge, skills, and abilities in those domain areas that I discussed. Some adjacent areas as well, but we get those domains from our members who are, hiring managers. They're running the CISO of an organization. It could be PwC, it could be Dubai Ports, where we are today. But they tell us, they say, okay, this is what's changed in this job role. And we take that information, source it, essentially crowdsource it from them. And then we change the credential, the materials that go along with it to meet those demands. That's why industry recognizes the credential. So for you guys that are listening to this, if you're going to go work as an internal auditor for KPMG, they will require you to have our CISA, our Information Systems Audit credential. No ifs, buts, or anything about it. That's what you'll have to have. And the other part is the members are great because they advocate on our behalf. So when you guys are out there, if you so choose and you take one of these credentials, you become part of that community around the world that helps, people not only find roles, but helps mentor you along your career journey.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. And, besides universities, of course, partner with governments, part of the reason we're here in Dubai right now, organizations and quite a bit more across the world. So, really, the presentation today and the focus, was on reimagining the degree. And, I think in the age of AI, there is no doubt that the central question now, obviously, is maybe two things, right? One is, what does it mean to be a human in terms of what the university's role might be to dig in deeply and start to again as universities always have, bring out that central focus of who an individual student is, what their trajectory might be, how they are growing into their potential and beyond. But we have this sort of counter reality at this moment to that traditional role of maybe the liberal arts or many different universities, which we feel at Osaka is critical. But today there is, as we know, students entering a world of unprecedented complexity. But that unprecedented complexity is actually happening in real time with the industries that are adopting AI, with the basic workplaces that are adopting AI, and how students are actually prepared for that in the world is something that we care about deeply. And this presentation is really going to cover. And so it's not enough in many ways to just teach and discuss AI anymore. What is actually happening and unfolding in the world requires that real world understanding, that real world skills building, and then ultimately learning through experience in the world, so that you're not only prepared for work, but you're prepared for your life moving forward. And so the sort of again impetus here for the presentation is that we haven't seen anything like this at scale, where you would have a degree that was both working on the traditional scale of a university, but then also deeply preparing individuals for the world that they're going to come into. And yes, there are lots and lots of different experiments that are out there. There are universities doing incredible work in this space, but what we're really interested in is scale. What we're really interested in is how can you find the recipes necessary to give as many young people who are going to be in those roles the opportunity to actually get a head start on what they need for working in industry, but also be highly prepared when they come out of different institutions. So, this is something everyone knows, right? So I won't belabor this for too long, but just for us to look at a little bit. This is the predominant model still. And, we're not going to say throw any of this out, right? It's proved very, 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 very persistent. And though there are experiments out there that say blow this up, we're not really here to say do anything of the sort. But we will point out that when you leave the actual world that these students are going to go into out of the equation, that is a deep question mark right now. So if we thought about the 4 years of an undergraduate, maybe beyond, and then really started to think about what does that mean in terms of what could be. We really see a world where there's a faculty and an industry that is working together with both courses, which is being done around the world in many different ways with industry, but also real world credentials, where students are coming out not only with a degree, but they're coming out with industry recognized credentials as well that certify globally that they can actually enter roles immediately, and that business understands that they know what they need to do.
Yeah. And Thomas, before we move on, can I just mention one thing?
Sure, absolutely. Sorry.
Yeah. So, we do a lot of work, obviously, with industry to understand their needs. About 6 or 7 months ago, we were trying to, really put a point on the value of a credential to people that will hire you. And what we found was, with employers, we found about 86% with just a degree, kind of, it doesn't level the playing field for you. You have to get that work experience to be able to get into those jobs. What we found is, from the hiring manager standpoint, if somebody comes in with an industry recognized credential, it validates that they know that domain area. It proves that they know it. And that's what helps set you apart as a student entering the workforce itself. It shows that they're motivated. It shows that they have the domain expertise to be able to come into that job, hopefully on day one, and if not be able to do it, understand how to get to the point of being able to do it. So it is really important. It doesn't matter if I'm agnostic on this one. You just want to make sure it's an industry recognized credential and not something somebody put out there around, AI as an example, like we're talking about here. But one that people inside that industry respect and recognize will go a long way for you.
I think incredibly important. Thank you, Jeff. And so to that point, when we think about, what is actually on the tip of most universities' tongues, right? I think these resonate with most, folks in industry. You're really looking at differentiating yourselves with enrollment. You want to keep up with industry to the greatest extent that you can. You've got jobs for students on your mind, and then internal buy-in tends to be difficult. This is a common problem. And so, Jeff, if you wanted to, just talk over, at least one small blueprint of how you might overcome.
Yeah. So, obviously as an individual are progressing through your studies, you want to really need to start identifying your strengths and create a strategy. As I like to say, because I also teach at Arizona State University in my spare time, really building your personal brand that you can, be authentic about and translate that into the skills that, that the employers are looking for. And, that's your step from a faculty standpoint. One of the things that we bring to the table, because we have some very, very talented faculty, but sometimes they're not tied to industry. So we build capacity within the faculty to have those knowledge, skills, and abilities around the domain areas that we work within. It's a win-win. It's like professional development for them. College gets I'd like to say more capable faculty, maybe more knowledgeable faculty is the right word to use. That can then translate that knowledge to the students. And what we do from there is really integrate the credential into the degree program itself. So instead of being like sitting off on a shelf on its own, it actually becomes part of the pathway, in a information systems degree, whatever degree you're looking at, and it becomes a credit-bearing course, just like all your other courses. But at the end of it, what you get is those knowledge, skills, and abilities, and the opportunity to sit for the exam and pass that exam to get your credential or your certification. So we bring it into the course. Obviously, the student gets access to it. We want to get you the credential. But most important at the end of this journey is we want you to have the opportunity to differentiate yourself in that marketplace. And this is one of the best ways to do it. We've worked with a number of universities, specifically in the U.S., who had some fairly large cybersecurity programs in California, and they were graduating 300 students a year, and those students were having an incredibly hard time finding a role. And why is that? Because they didn't have an industry recognized credential. So what employers are telling us is that with the credential, we know exactly what kind of domain knowledge you have. Without it, you may have done a cybersecurity degree, but we don't know what the content of that course that you went through or courses that you went through to be able to, basically credential you overall. You have the wherewithal to get to the degree, which is great, but this is that next step that you can take to really differentiate yourselves by saying, yeah, I've have the domain knowledge, I've gotten the degree, my domain knowledge is, proven by the fact that I now hold this credential that's industry recognized.
That's right. And so, we often talk about, thinking in integrated credential models instead of, again, blowing up the university or, radically changing the university, there are many different ways to actually integrate, credentials that are industry recognized. And if we just took, AI as a case in point, whether it's AI fundamentals, whether it is, beyond the, or anything, actually, back up there that, you know, you can have a degree in AI, but really, AI is affecting all of the different systems that, a common company or industry are using in a day-to-day basis. And so actually having, those credentials, in everything from, cybersecurity to, the ability to audit, become highly important, structures to stand on in an era of AI. And so, the idea of, employing flexible models in a university, I think is very, very important, whether that's supplementing current courses with new content, leveraging developed or all-inclusive courses that end in credentials that students can take, or, again, offering your alumni or executives that come into the university new course paths that directly leverage skills into the workplace.
Yeah, if I could just mention one thing here, it's, the interesting thing about bringing the credentials in is that you can create many, many different pathways for students. It may be cybersecurity fundamentals that um, leads into information assurance or information systems audit, which then can lean into, the next one we have there, which is the continuation of that one, which is the audit of AI. So, in this new world that we're living in with AI and how disruptive it is, it's like, how well do you know that your large language model is secure, hasn't been corrupted, there's not data in there or information that hasn't been, I'll say, scrubbed or is appropriate. So, it's fun because you can create a number of different pathways with industry recognized credentials that just improve the students, um, just opens up more opportunities for students as they go through your degree program. And this can start at the, in some cases with foundational level certifications, can start at sophomore level, maybe even freshman level.
Yep. And I think that, what we're seeing, globally is that, supplementing existing coursework with credentials has been a really quite a large game changer. And it doesn't really affect, right, Jeff, if you wanted to speak to that a little bit more, maybe globally versus exactly what we do, but how that process doesn't need to disrupt the entire curriculum or curriculum catalog, because I think that's often a worry that universities have.
Well, as you put it here, we do a lot of work with schools where we take a certificate around IT audit fundamentals, and they may already have an information assurance course, and we just map it to that course. And we map the content and then fill in the gaps where it's not completed. And then, that prepares the student in that course to be able to finish it without much disruption, to be able to then sit for that certificate or that certification. So, we're very cognizant of the fact that, schools, especially large ones, don't move like super fast. But we also know that there's rules around, accrediting degree programs through your Board of Regents or your Ministry of Higher Education. So there are tweaks that we can make to the degree program without creating substantive change, and making sure that we don't have that program doesn't have to go through reaccreditation because we've changed it so much.
And the outcomes, at this point in our discussion, we look forward to question and answer as well. The idea of universities being able to really provide alternatives to their degree program as it is obviously not only a differentiator, but you can actually start that conversation about turning your degree program into something that is very applicable to a student's life as soon as they get in to the job market or as soon as they're looking for that job. It can be directly connected in really meaningful ways. Um, it can be used for transition to higher education as a way to sort of, get folks that wouldn't normally be interested in university into that path, knowing that they can directly apply. So I think it goes in both directions there. Jeff, did you want to?
No, I was just it's kind of it's a win-win for both the institution and the student, right? The institution has an opportunity to differentiate themselves by having a degree program with industry recognized credentials, which is fantastic because, as I mentioned before, 92% of the employers that we surveyed and talked to said, yeah, that credential will help. And not even help, will greatly help differentiate a student that graduates from whatever respective institution that we're talking about. Yeah, and that's where the student wins too. Obviously we're here to instruct the student, help build a knowledge base, help build skills with those students, so when they graduate they can find a path to what they want to do. And this is just another, as this kind of helps supercharge that effort, if you will. And then it helps differentiate that institution at the end of the day.
That's right. And I think that, we're seeing, models, including Osaka's, where, the idea of having paths to employment include, organizations that allow for that credential to be happening, but also a community, to be joined of actual professionals. And so, it used to be, I think, a situation where universities and sort of the work world were really separated. You did this thing for 4 years, and then suddenly you joined this community of professionals. And none, speaking, I mean, Jeff and I both have children that are entering the workforce. I think many of you on this call might as well. And it's a different breed of young person today who understands that they need a college degree. That's not in dispute, but they also understand that they need to find as many ways as possible to be ready day one to actually work. And it's not so much like be like, oh, I'm above a position that I might be, otherwise an entry. They really want to understand the domains that they're entering. And that at times just isn't part of the remit of a normal course. It's something that you need to actually go through a process that is very, very focused and specific, that has, again, a real world outcome in terms of both, just, showing your mastery of a topic and even your experience on the way, whether that's internship or beyond.
Yeah. And one more thing I'd like to just jump in here, Thomas, is around, we've talked about the institution, we've talked about the student, we've talked just a little bit about the faculty. And what we've learned in this process is that, by building that capacity with the faculty, it's not just a short-term knowledge gain around, if it's internal audit, if it's governance, if it's IT risk, whatever it may be. But within the credential world, especially the ones that, we have and some other higher level, well-known credentials, is we provide, the credential holder has to do a number of continuing professional education hours. So it helps keep them current in the industry as well. And we provide a ton of opportunities for, research and networking to help those that hold the credential continually learn. Because from having a credential that's just a one-time deal, it's kind of like in 5 years, what you may have known at that point has completely changed. Now, that's why when we did our information systems audit, we added another component to that around AI and the auditing of AI, because we're an organization too. We hear back from our members and like, you guys need something to help us on the AI side around audit, around governance, because it's just all over the place.
I think that's that completely resonates with me. But and And then last little bucket, I just want to say one more thing about the new institution. I think it's really, really important that what we see globally is not necessarily blowing up old institutions over and over and over again and starting from the ground up over and over again as the actual solution to scale. What we really see is institutions, moving to that next level where the perspective shift that needs to happen for the sort of not only, sort of real time worth of the university degree, but what's possible with a university degree starts to shift. And then you can really start to see how you're rescuing the value of the time that students are spending in your institutions. Maybe it's the way that the faculty are actually, being able to manifest their interests, their abilities in, seeing what can actually be next as far as the institution is concerned, but through that institution. So the strongest programs that we're seeing around the world are actually integrating things like credentials and certifications into the university and not, you know, standing up standalone, sort of new forms of university replacement by any means.
Great point.
All right. So, do you want to talk a little bit about the transdisciplinary models yeah.
Yeah, when we started this process, one of the things, well, started the program, our original hypothesis was we would be working with mainly with IS or IT degree programs. What we've found during this journey is, it's the simple question of who in an organization does not touch IT? Nobody. Or very, maybe there's one or two, but for the most part, everybody's involved in that ecosystem, right? So as we've gone through, we started there, but it's, you take an MBA student as an example, right? We worked with Aston University. They needed to understand cybersecurity fundamentals as part of their program. They need to understand that cybersecurity posture. What does it look like? How does it work? So that becomes part of that, that curriculum that they teach. But we also found in health and health informatics, obviously those are systems that people are working in. They need to understand, information systems governance. They need to understand risk in those areas as well. Supply chain, another one that was, when they asked us, we were a little surprised, but as we got deeper into it, supply chain, you were working with third-party providers, you're working with procurement, you're bringing in parts, components, whatever it may be, you're sourcing it from, different parts of the world. And you've got to make sure you understand what are your cybersecurity policies, procedures, your governance, the frameworks you need to use in order to make sure upstream nothing bad happens, that when you bring that component downstream, causes something bad to happen to your product. So supply chain was another area that we worked in. And then, look at things like law degrees, in the US are JD programs. We're in a number of those now because when you're going through the process of becoming a lawyer, you need to understand governance, you need to understand compliance, you need to understand risk. You may even need to get deeper down into cybersecurity. So when we look at, the or CISM credential, it's information systems management. Another one we have is called C-risk, or it's all about risk management in IT. Those are things that, those law schools see as a very important piece of their curriculum, and very valuable knowledge for their students to have. Data privacy, which we do as well. All those are incredibly important. Accounting, another one with the CPA, is they need to now understand information systems and risk, which we've mapped our IT risk certification into their program, because it maps, we've aligned it to that CPA exam in that section that it's in the US at this point, those students need to understand in order to pass the CPA exam. You can put these into any degree out there. If it's business, it could be criminal justice, it could be a whole host of areas where, if people need to understand governance, compliance, and risk, These are very translatable skills
Yeah,
that come from the programs themselves.
yeah, across the liberal arts, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
I mean, this can be just about anywhere, and I just wanted to point out too, we're we're getting aged in this presentation, a little bit, but the world of AI as it stands, and I've started businesses, Jeff has started businesses as well in the field. Um, every single thing that we're talking about here, everything single thing that's on this screen is dealing with AI. And so if there's a compliance issue, if there's a risk management issue, if there's a cybersecurity issue, um, data privacy, most definitely. These are not just relevant or present in our current world with AI. They're turbocharged in many different ways, and so the ability of young people to actually come into roles that are just being created in these fields, but also expect that young people know more than just how to ask Claude or ChatGPT or others, a question to help them on their research paper, is now table stakes. They are skills that are assumed, and as we all know, that's a troubling assumption because these things just are not necessarily being taught, certainly not in K-12, but also in most of the academy are just coming into the horizon, and we're still talking about whether or not you should be able to use, a generative AI model within a classroom. What we're actually, really getting at here is that there's a world out there that is, again, supercharged by AI, and everything that's on this screen is needed to actually understand and command yourself within that world.
Great point.
Okay, so I think this is our one of our last slides, but it's just taking from the actual conference itself. We Jeff and I are very interested in pretty much everything beyond the hype, because we see it day in, day out in terms of what young people are going to actually step into. And I firmly believe that students shouldn't be worried about what artificial intelligence will take. I don't think universities should be worried about that. I think that they should be focused on what they'll create. And to create, you need the hard skills that things like certifications woven into great curriculum will provide. Because if all breaks well, the university's role of creating students who can be creative and collaborative, and really understand intercultural fluency, working together, will actually fare very, very well in preparation with those hard skills again, for young people to be able to not only come prepared to the work world, but then understand what it's actually going to take to keep learning throughout their life, through experience and the types of certifications, credentials, and beyond that they're going to need to keep up for their lifetime of work. So we think going beyond the degree is in meaningful ways will be essential. But did you want to add anything, Jeff?
No, I think that was a great summation.
Okay. So if anybody is still awake or here, we can happy to take questions.
Thank you, Thomas and Jeff, for this presentation. Indeed, if you guys have questions, please place them in the Q&A box down at the screen. And if there were no questions for now, I think you've explained things in details enough that they're confident with the information. They don't have questions. I've placed a link in the chat box. Hopefully it shows for those who will go back to the main room. Let's just wait if there are questions. And if there's something you'd like to add, Jeff or Thomas, also, we have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I just say if you may not have questions now, but if you do have them later, you have my email address and Thomas's email address here. Please, we're happy to. Like I said, I teach at university as well. Happy to help in your journey any way I can.
I completely agree. Please reach out, and we're happy to have a conversation at any time.
Yeah.
I'll just highlight the emails for them just in case. So these are the emails. Again, sorry. If you need to contact Jeff or Thomas, you may email them on these emails. I will also share my screen. Just give me a second, please.
Okay, I'll just take off the presentation.
Sure. Okay. Let me find the document. Just give me a second. And okay. So this is the barcode. Let me just share it with you guys. It's not working, sorry. It should work now. So this is the barcode that should take you to the main room for the summit, for the reminder of the summit. I have also pasted the link in the Q&A section. Hopefully you guys can see it. There is a question actually now. What kind of exams do your credentials have? Are they computer-based and proctored? Do students have any access to resources and do they have to rely on memory and understanding only?
So the exams are proctored, and they are done either in person through a testing company or online. So you can take them wherever you want. And they're proctored just like you would with probably the proctoring tools that you use in your courses as well. In terms of having materials, you can go to isaka.org. You'll see all the materials that we have because we provide not only the exam preparation, learning materials that you'll need, but within those two are case studies and research around the different domain areas I talked about. And it's very, very rich site of information. And what was the last question?
Do students have access to resources? No. Or do they have to rely on memory and understanding only? And then there's do they have access to limited AI models?
So yes, they do have access. We do have access to the AI models that we are assessing against. So like when you look at internal audit of an AI system or an AI database, you'll find those materials at isaka.org as well. And then for the last question, we have two types of credentials. The heavier, more advanced ones are knowledge-based at this point. So you have to learn, memorize. There are case studies in there to help you internalize it as well. When we get down to some of the foundational level or certifications that we have, they are both knowledge-based and performance-based. So when I talked about cybersecurity fundamentals, you're going to learn about threat detection, but then you're going to apply those learnings in a virtual setting. And what's nice about that, obviously, is you can test your skills, make sure you master those things, but you also have a work product when you finish it, because then you can show an employer Some of them may be like, okay, here's how I did threat detection. Here's the outcomes that I generated. So we have both knowledge-based and performance-based.
That's great. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
So to move to the main room of the meeting or the summit, just go to the Q&A section and then click on answered. You will find the link to go to that link. The exit code for those collecting the codes is disrupt. So take a screenshot or write it somewhere, and then you can claim your certificates. I believe there's one more question. It's actually a follow-up of the previous question. Not a follow-up, a correction. Ahmed said, I meant any materials in the exam. But I think you've covered the
Oh yeah,
answer.
we do. We cover we cover what's in the exam and the learning materials that we create.
So thank you again, Thomas and Jeff, for sharing your ideas with us. We'll now guide our attendees to the main room.
Okay.
And you can find the link in the.
Okay.
You can find the link.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So to move to the main room, just scan the barcode on the screen if you wish, or just go to the Q&A section, move to the tab where it says answered, and you'll find me pasting a link. And that's the link to move to the next session. Thank you again for your time. And see you in the main room.